Good morning, traders. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. Hang on, everybody. A little technical difficulty here. All right, I am back to no difficulties. My name is Jim Cagnina, senior market strategist, and I am joined by senior economist, the fabulous Tracy Shuchart, aka Shy Girl. Good morning, Shy. How are you?
Good morning, all.
We also have the wonderful Craig Shapiro, macro strategist extraordinaire. Craig, how are you?
Good morning, Jim. How's it going?
Pretty good. Had a little bit of feedback on the speaker a second ago, cleared all that up. We're good to go. We have an awful lot of stuff to talk about today. We have a lot of stuff in the markets. And let's make some announcements, though, right away, because we do have a slew of giveaways to celebrate our 150,000 subscribers on the channel. So we're going to be doing that this morning, and we're going to kick it off with Craig's giveaway right off the bat. So we're going to get that registration link into the chat. And Craig, what's the giveaway, man?
Nice. So I wrote a Substack where I put my daily market observations and big thoughts and the ability to just chat with me throughout the trading day. So I'm going to offer up a free annual subscription to that Substack, and the link will be in the like you said in the chat there.
That is awesome. Yeah, no, I've seen your work, man. It's great stuff. So thank you for doing that, by the way. So go ahead and pop it in there, and we'll do the same thing. Same rules apply as yesterday. You know, if you're here, fill that out. We'll pull it by the end of this first 30-minute segment. So again, thanks, Craig, for that. We also have Engineer Bear. Engineer Bear is also going to be we're doing a giveaway. He raised his hand. He's been a steady member of the community since I could remember. Engineer Bear and Bunny Bear. This is a special giveaway. A couple of books, Stock Options and Futures by William Ang, as well as The Great Crash of 1929 by Galbraith. We'll talk more about that at 8:30, at the 8:30. That's 8:30 to 9 giveaway for that. And then, of course, Chris Trading Boxes is going to be here also with something pretty spectacular as well. So have all that to the set aside here, guys. I mean, the market's kind of stopped. This morning I woke up, I was waiting to see some big candles all over the place, only a couple places to go. So let's just really quickly, before we get in the news, what are you guys seeing overnight? And Craig, let's go with you first.
Yeah, I think like you said, the indexes are a little bit on the quiet side. China came back last night after a week off, and not too much in the way of fireworks from trading there. Just kind of caught up to where the rest of the markets were. But look, we have this gradual grind up higher, but positioning, as we've been talking about for weeks, is very complacent. It's very long. Vol's been very suppressed, and the indexes are struggling to move materially, but individual stocks are moving all over the place. And so we have a lot of idiosyncratic single stock moves up and down, which kind of get balanced, and then the indexes just kind of grind. So this morning, I know Delta reported before the market up 5%. Ferrari had news overnight down 13%. That's not a U.S. stock, but still, you see these big moves in either direction, and we'll just kind of continue to push through earnings season here without any government data, and that'll be the driver for how people are perceiving the strength or weakness of various segments of the U.S. economy.
Got it. Shy, how about you? Anything exceptionally stand out overnight?
No, we have metals kind of taking a breather today, except for palladium that is up 2.5% once again. But everything else pretty quiet overnight. Crude down slightly on the peace deal with Israel and Hamas. So besides that, pretty quiet overnight.
All right. Any news that we should be contemplating?
Well, of course, my favorite part. So we've been talking about the dollar a lot and the yen a lot, of course. But so hedge funds are using options to bet on a year-end dollar gain, which is kind of a switch because everybody's been very short the dollar. So hedge funds worldwide look to be favoring the dollar in the options market that they bet that the currency's rebound versus major peers will extend into year end. They're expressing this really with just vanilla call options, straight up just call options. And kind of bearish on the euro, bearish on pretty much the group of 10 currencies except for the Australian dollar. But that's because of the Australian bank hawkish policy, and also because it's more of a commodity currency, and we're seeing obviously commodities pretty strong. So we have that. Then we have China decided to widen the rare earth curbs ahead of the Xi Trump meeting. They have unveiled broad new curbs on its exports of rare earths and other critical minerals. We are seeing some of those stocks that the U.S. has expressed interest in up overnight on this. And so we'll see. They're going to use this as a negotiating tactic, obviously, to gain leverage in these trade talks. Not very surprising, but it is helping boost other critical mineral stocks within, Canada and Iceland. We have... for oil watchers, this will blow you away. We have Canada's Prime Minister discuss reviving the Keystone XL pipeline. And if you've followed this at all, it's been a complete cluster for a very long time. We had Obama canceled it, Trump first term put it back on the table. Then we had the Biden administration took it off the table again. And Mark Carney, who is very much in the environmental zone, this is a rarity for him to come out and express wanting the Keystone Pipeline project revived. And I guess they talked about it on Wednesday, President Trump and Carney, and President Trump was open to it. So we'll see what happens with it. It will be very interesting to see if that is that actually goes through after over a decade of hold on off. And then, this is bad news for everybody that's coming in town. We have travel disruptions, adding pressure on Congress for shutdown deals. We have flight delays caused by air traffic control. Staffing shortfalls have rippled across the country because these people are now not paid any longer. Everybody's calling in sick. And so I certainly hope everybody gets in next week okay, or the government opens before then. And then, how we keep talking about kind of this circular AI web of deals. And we can go ahead and we've got a graphic to show too. But so never before has so much money been spent so rapidly on technology that for all its potential still remains largely unproven as an avenue for profit taking. And these all can be traced back to two firms. We have NVIDIA and OpenAI, and the recent wave of deals and partnerships involving these two are escalating concerns that an increasingly complex and interconnected web of business transactions is artificially propping up the trillion-dollar AI boom. And really at stake is virtually every corner of the economy, with the hype and build out of AI infrastructure rippling across markets from debt to equity to real estate to energy. So just so you get an idea when we're talking about this, literally how interconnected all of these companies are, just a handful, and they all their profits depend all on each other. And so it's becoming an increasing worry. And then
go ahead, Chad. Go ahead. We're going to come back to we'll come back to this for a second, but go ahead.
Okay, yeah. And then I always like to throw something fun in there. We've got Ferrari has its 2030 targets for EVs in the product mix to 20% instead of 40%, I guess because customers don't really want this vehicle. So they have downgraded that previous ambition and will continue to offer its V6, V8, and V12 engines well into the future.
Wow. Well, I don't know if you know this or not, but I am a Ferrari super fan. I'm a Lewis Hamilton fan. I'm going to the F1 in Las Vegas in November, and I know it's still a long shot, but I'm pumped up, man. We're going to be rooting for our Ferrari then anyway. So We'll see how it goes. Let's go back to this chart here, though. And Craig, what do you make of this? I mean, I'm looking at this thing and I'm getting dizzy.
Yeah, it's a fairly incestuous relationship between the Mag 7 companies and AI and OpenAI, really just, investing in each other in, for the rights obligations to buy each other's products, whether it's future compute, whether it's chips. And so, look, these are, the term that's been throwing around is round tripping, where companies invest equity in one another, for revenues, basically. These were things that were going on in late 1999 and early 2000 that kind of signaled, close to the top of various, parts of the technology market. So again, I don't think we're necessarily saying that, the AI story is over or that this isn't going to work. It's just that people are starting to cast some doubt about the sustainability, about the profitability, and about the growth trajectory, of this industry. And it's not just about the economy. It's the market implications too, because you have so much of the indexes now, both Nasdaq and S&Ps, that are tied into these companies. You have hundreds of billions of dollars of levered ETF products that rebalance every day, that are plowing into these products, both at the index level and on the single stock level. There's double and triple levered ETFs on single stocks related to this space. So much money is tied into the narrative here. And the exposure levels that we have are in the 99th percentile on a 1 and 5 year look back as far as folks' exposure to this theme. And so, we've been talking about being a little bit on a knife's edge here while we're watching the markets grind higher, but we have our eye on the exit and maybe sometimes, 1 foot out the door, looking for reasons to see some of the systematic flows start to step back, start to unwind a bit. So far, again, hasn't really happened. But when you start to see some of that cross-asset vol we've been talking about, moves in currencies, moves in commodities, gold volatility is really starting to pick up, dollar-yen volatility is starting to pick up, fixed income volatility is starting to creep higher. So these are the forward-looking indicators to say, okay, maybe maybe the equity market will start to find a floor in volatility, and that could lead to some of these systematic flows starting to fall back, and then an unwind is possible. Similarly, if we see companies like Delta, companies like Pepsi reporting this morning away from AI, that are doing better, those rotations out of tech into those other things, may lead to some of the unwind too. So we have our eye on all this stuff and posting about it, but it's just, when you let in this morning with the markets don't seem like they're moving, the indexes are grinding, but idiosyncratic single stocks are moving all over the place based on fundamental news. And I think that's what we're, trying to identify this turn.
So Shai, when you first showed me this morning, my initial thought off the top of my head was, this seems like a closed club, right? This is a small club. What does it take to get a new player in here, whether it's based on innovation or anything else, into this web? Or do we expect these names just to be recycled for a long period of time?
I think you're going to see these names recycled for a long period of time because they were on the forefront and because of the interconnectedness of them. So it's going to be hard for another company to kind of break in unless it's by way of an acquisition. Like, if another company came up and OpenAI acquired them, then that's how you would probably get into the club. But for now, I mean, these companies this is pretty solid relationships between these companies, and they just rely on each other too much for really another company to kind of break in.
Yeah. Awesome, though. Awesome chart. Let's kind of go over to, you mentioned rare earths, China. Ever since really August 20th, our metal complex and the futures that we look at every day, gold, silver, platinum, palladium, have just been skyrocketing 25 to 35% since August 20th, depending on which one you're looking at. Shai, what's the correlation between? Explain us what rare earths are a little bit, and what's the correlation between these markets and that?
Well, rare earths are, first of all, they're not actually rare. They are readily available. But that said, they're let's call them critical minerals and materials. Let's call it that. The thing is that right now China pretty much has the chokehold on that entire industry because one, it's very dirty. to mine, and China doesn't care. And they also have the chokehold on the processing. There are not many countries, even if they produce rare earths, do they process them. So China kind of has that entire market cornered, and that's kind of why we're now seeing the West in particular trying to look to other countries and build out these supply chains that we didn't have in the past to get away from this dependence on China. Now, unfortunately, that's happened a little too late, but at least it's happening, right, at the same time. And so we've seen the administration spend money on, say, Nouveau Monde Graphic in Quebec, CRML in Iceland, going out and pledging money to companies elsewhere, Lithium Americas in Canada, because they have a project in the U.S. And so that's very important to the industry, and those tickers are, are up slightly this morning on this China news. So that's kind of the backstory on the whole rare earths that aren't rare.
Yeah, no, I got you. That makes sense, Craig. What sense are you getting with respect to this potential leverage that China has with respect to doing deals with the U.S.?
Yeah, look, I mean, we saw back in April when Trump tried to ratchet up the trade war with China. China felt very comfortable, ratcheting it up further, and knew that it was going to lead to a sell-off in the equity market, a sell-off in the bond market, and then ultimately Trump clamping down and retracing, tacoing, for lack of a better word, and kind of removing that heat off of the trade war, because these critical materials are paramount for semi production, for auto production, and really what was discussed last night is for military applications. And so the inability for our manufacturing companies in America to get access to rare earths really forced Trump to take down the tariff war with China. And so China realizes that it has a great negotiating tool. It's using this as a strategic, something strategic for them to dictate terms with Trump. And so at the end of this month, Trump's meeting with Xi in Korea, and it has touted this potential for some sort of grand, larger trade deal. It seems like if there is momentum on that front, and China's going to extract, tariff reductions, and while the hawks in the U.S. Don't seem to like this momentum that's been developing here, Trump seems to believe that a deal with China is beneficial for him and beneficial for the country. So I don't know. It's a weird dynamic here, but China seems to be playing this exactly how you would play it if you were in the position of power. And even though the administration tells you that the U.S. is in the position of power, China's been acting like it's been in the position of power here and using rare earths as a tool to really extract better terms from the Trump administration. So there is this announcement overnight where they're going to effectively eliminate our ability to put rare earths back into military applications. Is very important for world peace, for geopolitical dynamics, for the oil market. So a big news item overnight for sure.
So Shai, could we just start digging holes here in the U.S. and finding this stuff, or is it just not locally sourced?
Well, we can, right? But the problem is, one, our permitting process is a nightmare, right? It's, permits can take up to 10 years. And then they then have legal battles against the environmentalists. This is why we've had, the big copper project in New Mexico that's been on hold forever, because after they got their permitting's been held up because it's been in courts from environmental groups. And so it's kind of that not in my backyard. I want this, but not in my backyard. Like, we need these, but we don't want to dig them up here because it's dirty, and of course environmentalists don't like it. So there is a problem. Now, we are working on streamlining these permits. Trump had an EO saying this was paramount, and we were going to streamline this, and we were going to take down that 10-year permitting time to a couple of years. So we'll see if that happens. But that's why it's not just that easy to start digging holes in the ground in the U.S.
Yeah, I know. Well, so let's apply the same thought process to the pipeline we just talked about. I mean, we have two sovereign governments. We have eminent domain issues. We've got indigenous population issues. We have permitting issues, and we have to have the price right. And if we flip flop every 4 to 8 years from an administration point of view, will this ever get done?
Well, at this point, I think no, because it's just gridlock, even though they would like it to. And then it also requires the pipeline company who has basically come out and said, all right, we're done with this. This has been on hold too long. We don't want any part of this anymore. And so it's, you have to get the company back involved as well to build this pipeline. But again, it's it faces all sorts of things because it's between two countries and then through states. So you still have to have, Michigan say it's okay.
This has been, one of the issues that I think the administration's been having is it's been touting all this CapEx that's been coming into the country largely from AI. But there are massive bottlenecks in order to actually achieve the growth. And a lot of those bottlenecks revolve around commodities. And the problem is the administration keeps trying to talk down the price of commodities, right? I mean, Trump is talking about lower oil prices, lower energy prices, a desire to bring down prices. And so it's hard to, convince domestic U.S. energy companies, domestic U.S. minerals companies to invest billions of dollars in CapEx when the administration doesn't want you to receive a fair value, fair return on those projects. So what the government is doing, I think rightfully so, people could complain about it, is it's forcing or it's investing in companies' equity investments or giving access, pay-to-play type relationships where Mountain Pass MP is a big rare earth provider in the U.S. The government's investing in that company, and they'll move forward with that because they have a locked-in contract with the government. They're being invested by the government, but that might be the only way that we really get some of these projects to come online because big cap energy companies with $60 oil are really not going to be looking to do a lot of energy infrastructure or energy investments if the administration is trying to talk down the price of oil every day. So a bit of a divergence there in what the administration is trying to achieve with bringing back capex and manufacturing to this country, but also trying to do it in a non-inflationary way and trying to keep commodity prices down.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I was looking at a crude oil chart earlier this morning, just a daily chart, and we dipped into that 60 handle. Buyers just pushed us all the way back up again into the 62 handle. We see this time and time again, but it's still kind of stuck in the mud here. I mean, Shai, what do you think about prices going forward here with just the WTI?
I think, I think this is a longer term story. I think we're going to see higher prices in 2026, but the narrative right now is, they have the administration wanting oil prices down and oil companies. If you read the Dallas Fed Energy Survey, the comments section is amazing. You should read it. I won't go through it all. But all these companies are saying this is making it impossible. The government's, there's no drill, baby, drill. In other words, it's not happening at these prices. There's a lot of frustration within the industry right now. And overall, the sentiment on oil is just very, very negative. You keep hearing the supply gluts coming. So far, we haven't seen that, but we've heard that all year, and still all year we haven't seen that, even with the ceiling being raised for OPEC plus nations, because they're not even reaching those ceilings. There's only two countries that can actually do that, and that's Saudi Arabia and UAE. Nobody else can really hit those ceilings. So we're not even seeing what OPEC has pledged. We're not even seeing them able to bring that amount of production online. And so this glut is just not happening. The economy, we may see signs of worry here, but so far everybody has been saying recession because of tariffs. And, we really haven't seen that globally yet either, because obviously a recession would weigh heavily on oil prices as we would see demand fall.
Well, so on that, right, with these prices, Craig, so is this a situation where The consumer should be happier with lower, get it out, Jim, oil prices, and businesses that are heavily dependent on energy, maybe also. Does that parlay into some kind of happiness within the broader economy?
Yeah, look, I think this has been really the one area where the consumers have made out better, right? I mean, lower oil prices, lower
Yeah.
gasoline prices is kind of the one, non-inflationary factor. This is very much like what we saw in 2007, 2008, where oil prices really were driving the inflation higher. We're not really seeing that at all this time, so there's definitely some relief there. The problem is, it's these other areas of structural inflation, whether it's electricity prices, whether it's insurance costs, whether it's education costs, different things that consumers really have no ability to negotiate out of their daily wallets and daily budgets. And so, yes, a little relief on the gasoline side, but fundamentally, their wallets are being crimped by things, groceries, by things that they have to spend money on. And so, discretionary consumer wallets are shrinking at the lower end of the K-shaped economy. And that's what we're seeing with some of the divergences in the overall tape, right? You're seeing transports struggle. You're seeing regional banks struggle. You're seeing housing stocks struggle. You're seeing retail stocks struggle. So big divergences here. Nasdaq, AI related names making new highs, but under the hood, the breadth is not as good as I think what people would believe. And I don't really see this rally broadening out. I see it actually starting to contract a bit here as some of the U.S. domestic sensitive names are, showing signs of strain in this deteriorating labor market.
Awesome. Well, it's about that time here. We have again, we're celebrating 150,000 subscribers. We have a giveaway in the making right now. Craig Shapiro, Substack, and personal conversations. Where are we at Mission Control on this? Have we drawn somebody? We had the link up right now. I think it's that time, right?
Yeah.
Drum roll, please.
I know.
Waiting.
Look at that. Look at that. Good. While we're waiting, let's just just really quickly, give us we got a great guest coming up. Give us a rundown.
Yeah, I wanted to go through data really quickly. We do not have jobless claims and continuing claims this morning because the government still shut down. So we do still have wholesale trade sales and wholesale inventories at 10 and at 10:30, natural gas storage. So very quiet once again on the data front. We do have a 22 billion 30-year auction at 10 a.m. to watch. And then last but not least, our guest this morning is Grant Williams. He is, you may have known him best for co-founding Real Vision and his famous podcast, the Grant Williams podcast and his newsletter, but he has been in the finance world forever. His career began in the Japanese equity market in the 1980s, where he saw the spectacular equity and real estate bust back then. And currently he is also advisor to Von Greyers in Switzerland and a portfolio and strategy advisor to Volupe Investment Management in Singapore.
Very awesome. Looking forward to that. 100%. Someone said that Craig broke the algo in the chat.
I got it. Finally, we have our three winners here for the Substack, and we'll get your emails and we'll get all the information over to you. But the three winners of the contest are Trader Nautilus, Doug, and Fractal Firmament. So thanks, guys, for signing up. Happy to communicate with you offline about it, and we appreciate the journey that's been to 150,000 subscribers. Plenty more giveaways throughout the rest of the day and week. So thanks everyone.
That's awesome, Craig. Thank you for doing that for sure. By the way, don't forget, next half hour, we do have Engineer Bear, Bunny Bear, giving away a couple trading books. I've read both of these books, by the way. They're both very good. So we'll announce that at 9 o'clock. But thank you for that, Craig. And everything is, and the algos aren't broken anymore. We're in good shape. Oh, man. And it looks like all three of these folks are here, too. So they're in good shape.
All right. Well, congrats, everybody.
Jacob. All right. So I think we might be able to get our guest in a couple seconds early. Craig, thanks for the commentary this morning. Greatly appreciate it. I will talk to you later on in the day. And have a great one, man.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Shy, I'm pumped up, man.
I know Grant is amazing. I've known him for several years. I was one of the first people on one of the first interviews on Real Vision in 2016. So great to have Grant back. I love him to death, and he is just a wealth of knowledge.
All right, let's get him in.
Hey,
Grant,
guys.
good morning. How are you, man?
I'm doing great. I just want to correct one thing, Tracy, if I may. I've been in the markets forever and a day. You pulled up just short.
Oh my God. Well, thanks for being here with us. And I want to start right off the bat. I mean, ever since August 20th, we're futures traders. We look at gold, silver, platinum, palladium. I mean, these markets are up 20 to 35% since August 20th alone. What's going on here?
It's kind of wild, right? I mean,
Yeah.
it's funny because, as you say, you're traders. You guys are looking at the futures. And so it's become a trade now, which is very interesting. And gold has kind of been an investment for a long time. And there are periods when it becomes a trade. And it is that right now. And it is, well, you guys know better than me the signs to look for, but it's running hot on just about every metric you can look at. And so I think for the traders, there are levels that it's gone through 4,000 like a hot knife through butter, and that a lot of people said it was going to struggle with. So maybe there's a bit further to run, but for me, it's always been an investment, not a trade. So I kind of watch these crazy periods, both up and down, with a degree of detachment, because I'm gold is something I own, not something I trade. If I wanted to trade things, I certainly wouldn't pick gold because it's a bear. But yeah, it's fascinating right now. I think the thing that's driven this, maybe not right now, but to this point, to reach the point where it really kind of fired up through 4,000 has been central bank buying, pure and simple, for the last 2 or 3 years, and you can see that in the data. And that's obviously a very sticky bid. It's a very price insensitive bid. So you've got that real fundamental underpinning. And now a lot of people are looking at it as, as a hedge against debasement. There's this famous JP Morgan debasement trade. They're looking at it as a protection against inflation, all these things that gold has done throughout the years. But right now there's a ton of speculative money in this thing, and it's becoming a little crazy, even for my liking.
Yeah.
It absolutely has. And then I want to turn this to the equity markets a little bit. I want to get your thoughts on, obviously, markets seem a little frothy here after we kind of had that April tariff tantrum, so to speak. It's been kind of just a grind up, but only led by a handful of stocks, really. We're just now seeing a little bit of broadening out of that. But, what are your thoughts on, is this market getting frothy, and how concentrated it is in these AI tech stocks?
Yeah, it feels a little frothy, doesn't it? I just had a fantastic conversation with Julian Garron of Macro Strategy in the UK about the AI situation, which he wrote a piece last week called Power Play, and he flat out called the AI bubble out in I mean, pretty full on terms. It was like getting hit by a piece of 4x2 when I read this piece. And I just had a long chat with him about that. And the points he makes are pretty stark. He looks at the kind of misallocation of capital, a level of misallocation of capital in the US since 2000. You look back at 2000, look back at 2008, and the misallocation of capital now is 17 times what we saw in 2000, and about 8 times what we saw in 2008. And it's on his data, it's like 65% of GDP, which is truly extraordinary. And so if that tech bubble, particularly the AI LLM driven bubble, cracks, then his estimates are that it could knock 3% off US GDP growth if it just stops going up. If it reverses, obviously it could be more than that. So there's a real interesting story brewing in the AI sector, and it's certainly going to catch a lot of these big names. Nvidia has become such an important name, and Julian's data is honestly, it's actually pretty terrifying when I start reading it.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like they're all very connected, so to speak. So if one goes, the rest go. But
well, Tracy, he was looking at accounts receivable. He went back to Cisco back in obviously the 1999 2000, and Cisco's accounts receivable were about 149 billion, and this thing is, I think, 6 times that. It's some of the numbers Julian's come up with are absolutely mind-boggling to me.
That's crazy. And I want to turn this to, I want to talk a little bit about the Fed, a little bit about the central banks. I know nobody's really haven't been focused on that because everybody just assumes we're going to get a bunch of rate cuts. Certainly October and December are priced into the market. But what I'm a little bit worried about is how or may the Fed kind of lose that independence because the administration kind of wants to fuse the Treasury and the Fed together, it seems. What are the implications of that?
I mean, look, this idea of an independent Fed has been kind of the cornerstone of the whole pyramid for a long, long time. I don't know how truly independent the Fed are. I mean, Jay Powell's had a good run at this in trying to kind of make it obvious that he's trying to be as independent as he can. But at the end of the day, they've got to make it till May, and they'll put a new guy in there. And we all know that whoever is offered that job is going to be offered that job on one set of conditions that you know what we're trying to do here, right? Which is lower rates and cheapen the cost of capital, not just for markets, but also for the government. So, this idea of independence, it's cute. I don't know how much validity it has in the real world anymore, and the tighter things get, and the bigger the quantum of anything going wrong becomes, the less quote unquote independent the Fed's going to be. So, I don't think it is independent. I think they will do whatever it takes. The famous Mario Draghi term, except he was talking just about lowering rates and buying bonds. I think we're getting to the point where whatever it takes. Does it mean stripping the Fed of its implied independence? Does it mean merging the Treasury and Fed? Who knows? But if the wheels fall off these markets, given the amount of debt that's built up in the system, we could see some extraordinary things and things that we perhaps never expected to see in our lifetimes.
It seems like, yeah, there seems to be like a more obviously a more focus here on issuing shorter duration debt than longer duration debt. We're seeing the 2-year, the 3-year, even the bills and stuff go a little bit better than, 10-year auction yesterday wasn't that great. Today's a 30-year auction. It's probably not going to go that great either. At a certain point, that's got to kind of stabilize or kind of normalize, doesn't it?
Well, you'd hope so. I mean, that's what normal is eventually, okay? And that's why it's normal. But I think, I'll ask you a simple question: Would you lend the U.S. government money for 30 years at these rates? I know I wouldn't, and I know I've struggled to find anyone else that would. So, it's going to be very difficult to do anything but sell at the short end, where people are a little bit more comfortable to play, particularly if Trump is genuine in the kind of Stephen Mirren plan to debase the dollar, and they continue down this road. Why would anybody go out to the long end of the curve? It's a really tricky one for them, and I think we're going to see the numbers when the auction goes off later. And certainly, to your point, we haven't seen a really strong auction at that end of the curve for a while.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just looking at the U.S. I'm looking at the Euro FX. In the futures world, the Euro FX is in the top. The U.S. dollar's on the bottom, and we've seen the euro kind of break a lot against the U.S. dollar ever since, I don't know, middle of September, and it's still looking like there's some downward potential here in this market, suggesting maybe the U.S. dollar is going to keep rolling here. What's your thoughts about this?
Yeah, I think it could. I think at the end of the day, though, the long-term interests are pretty clearly stated, which is weakening it. And so they're going to continue to do that. And we might get counter-trend rallies. We might get periods where people come in and give the dollar a little fillip. But at the end of the day, the administration needs a weaker dollar. They've stated that they want a weaker dollar, which is unusual. We're always used to any administration talking about how the dollar should be strong, et cetera, et cetera. But we all know the reality. This administration happens to have come out and said the quiet part out loud. And so I think if you have a US that wants a weak dollar, they'll get it. One way or another, they'll get it. It may be forced upon people. It may be an agreement. The fact that the dollar is going up, our mutual friend, Brent Johnson, has talked about this milkshake theory of his, which has played out pretty well so far. And the kind of final stage of that was unwanted dollar strength. And so, I know I'm on alert to see if we're kind of getting the dollar going up in spite of everything. But I still think that the path is lower for now. And if it starts to really get stronger, I think that's something that a lot of people can get very concerned about.
And if we have a stronger dollar, what does that do to commodities? Because so far, metals don't care. They seemingly don't care. I think that correlation is out the window at this point. But what does that do to the other commodity markets? And what are your thoughts on the commodity markets as a whole right now, especially considering this trade war with China and rare earths? We talked about that a little bit this morning. But what are your thoughts on that?
Well, again, I think, Tracy, this comes down to the difference between, are you trading them or are you looking at long-term trends here? I think long-term trends call for structurally higher commodity prices. I think there's been massive underinvestment in the commodity sector for a long, long time. And you're starting to see, say, this world where there is a clear weaker dollar policy. Commodities are traditionally a decent beneficiary of that. But then on the trading side of things, they've been the football for like 2.5, 3 years now, ever since the Russians went into Ukraine. Commodities, particularly energy, has been the football. So you've got this interesting setup where structurally, I think there's a great case to be made for higher commodity prices, but you've seen volatility in them. You'll continue to see that in the short term. It's great setup for traders. I think if you've got a structurally higher trend, and you've got some volatility as it moves along that path, it's a terrific environment to be trading these things. So I'm not a speculator. I think long term, I'm structurally very bullish on commodities. But I think if you are a trader, you're going to get some great swings to participate in.
Let me ask you, let's talk about the tariff. I know we're all over the map with you, Grant, because we have such a short amount of time. We got to cover a lot of ground. But let's talk about tariffs. I mean, the tariffs are, they're not a new thing, but they're certainly been imposed with a certain amount of flash with the Trump administration, and there's some counter stuff going on, particularly with China. Is this a good rebalancing, or is this just going to be one administration off and then everything goes back to normal? What's your thoughts on it?
Well, it's difficult. They're a tool that Trump is using. And look, tariffs can be very effective. They can also be disastrous. And I think the problem with these particular tariffs has, to your point, been the implementation of them. I mean, there's no seeming rhyme or reason to how they've been implemented, apart from people being able to say, well, that's just the way Trump does stuff. It's yes, he's going to call them at 200%. He's going to walk back. But markets don't like that kind of uncertainty. We want certainty. Markets would have no problem dealing with tariffs if they were imposed at the level suggested and left there. The markets would work through those in a few days. But we're now in this constant state of uncertainty. And, you question whether that might be deliberate, because it would be a very strange thing to do accidentally. But then we've just seen, as I say, we've seen too many push outs and walkbacks to kind of think there's any rhyme or reason to this. So that to me is the big problem. I don't think the tariffs are a major issue for markets because they'll self-adjust, but I just wish we'd have a little bit more clarity and a little bit more concrete framework around them, their imposition, the levels, what they're there for, and not leave markets guessing, because that's those gaps are where the problems all come into.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Shai, any last minute thoughts here for Grant?
Yeah, what are, just some parting words, kind of areas that you are looking at that maybe people aren't talking about, or that you find interest in, if this whole AI thing kind of does not pan out as anticipated?
Well, I think the AI thing is going to run its course, and we're starting to see headlines now in places like the FT and the Wall Street Journal about people starting to get nervous about the AI bubble. That certainly should have people's ears pricking up. But the other thing is that I think people should be paying attention to, if they're not. And I've been traveling this past week, so I've been kind of following this, but I'm not so sure how at the top of the news cycle it is, and that's the Tricolor and First Brands bankruptcies, because I think those, in terms of the damage to the banks and the private credit world, we've yet to see the fallout in those. And we've seen things like this happen before. These kind of seemingly random bankruptcies. And if you remember back in 2007, we saw that the two hedge funds, the Bear Stearns funds, the Alphabet Soup funds go, and it didn't seem like a big deal until it turned into a huge deal. And Archegos didn't seem like a big deal and turned into a huge deal. And there's so much leverage in the system. There's so much leverage in private credit that we're not going to immediately see until the bodies float to the surface where the damage is done. So I'm definitely paying attention to the fallout from Tricolor and First Brands.
Awesome, man. Grant, thank you so much for your time this morning. I wish it's a pleasure to meet you first and foremost. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, nice. Same, Jim.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
Yeah. So unfortunately, we are up against time. We're going to go ahead and drop your X handle into the chat. Everybody follow Grant. It's a great follow on X, and follow through on the links. Click them. In any event,
Thanks, guys.
again, yeah. Thank you, Grant. Looking forward to talking to you again, man. Shai, where do you find these guys? These guys are great. We don't have enough time. I mean, we need more time is what we need.
I know. Grant's great though. Definitely do follow him on Twitter. He's got his website is things that make you go and we'll put that in the chat too. You can get all his. It's very reasonable if you sign up for his podcasts per year, and he talks to all sorts of amazing people and has several podcasts on there, actually, in collaborations as well as his Grant Williams podcast. So I encourage you to go look at his website as well.
That's awesome. And before you go, Shai, hang on. We do have, remember, Engineer Bear, one of our main guys in the chat on the show here, is doing a giveaway. I mean, think about how awesome our community
I know,
is,
our
right?
audience is giving a giveaway. I love it. Thank you, Engineer Bear.
Thank you. And then give Bunny a shout out to Engineer Bear for me. There it is. We're actually gonna do this after Tammy. So at 9 o'clock, we'll go ahead and we'll announce the winners of this. And these are two good books, by the way. I've read both of these books, the Stock Options and Futures book, as well as the Galbraith Brook and books. And for traders, a lot of times it's like, all right, we're going to do technical analysis and study that kind of stuff. But then when you get to the basics of it, you read these books and they really are truly helpful. So thank you for giving this away, John. We really appreciate it. All right, Shai, thank you. I will talk to you again a little bit later.
All right. I'll be in the chat.
All right. Look at this. We have Tammy is in the house. Fibonacci Princess. I know I say Fibonacci wrong, but Tammy, how are you?
I'm great. How are you doing? Good morning.
Good morning. I'm glad to see you. I'm glad to see you back. I always enjoy talking to you. I love to follow you for sure. How have you been?
I've been doing great. Been doing wonderful. It's been a wonderful week. And I always love Thursday because to me, Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays are pretty loaded up for me. But Thursdays and Fridays, things seem to calm down a little bit. So
yeah,
almost to the weekend.
All right. Are you worried at all about the king tide and the tidal surges coming our way in the next couple of days?
I haven't even heard about that.
Well, maybe it's
Thanks
just
for
me.
letting me know. I need to pay attention. Maybe.
Maybe it's not down in Georgia. Maybe it's up here in Charleston. I don't know.
I probably need to take a look at it. I'm usually a pretty big weather fan, but I have been very busy lately trying to juggle a lot of things, and I have not even checked out the weather recently, so I need to pay attention, especially since it's hurricane season. We got really lucky with those last two hurricanes that kind of, steered off to the east and didn't hit us, because otherwise I could have gotten a lot of weather from that. But so far, it's been a very calm hurricane season. So my kids are disappointed.
Don't say that out loud. I'm knocking on wood right now.
Right. Exactly. I'm not sitting through another one like I did last year. If another one comes this way, the kids are getting in the car. We're headed to Middle Georgia, where my family lives.
Yeah, I know. I go to Charlotte, where Mom and Dad Keggs live. So, In any event, let's. Are you able to pull up some charts today?
Absolutely. Let me know if you can't see my screen share.
No, I got you, man. I
Okay.
see you.
Okay,
Awesome,
great.
man.
Awesome, awesome. So here is the ES daily. What we're looking at basically on this chart is that we are coming up to more target extensions. So we have the extension from the 25th of September low that we have not met yet, which is 68.39. And then we have both of the targets from the October 7th low that we have not met yet, which are 68.17 and 68.37. So we are getting quite extended once again. I feel like a broken record, right? We did have that nice pullback where we came back on September 25th, but every time that we pull back, we just get bought again. So until we, start really seeing us roll over right now, it's buy the dip, right? Until it tells us to do something else. Even on my lower time frame charts, we're very bullish right now. So, but just know that if you are bullish, we're coming up to these target extensions. What I say is mini moves tend to terminate at extensions of prior swings. So just know 68.17 is that first target on ES daily. And like I said, the next two you want to look for are 68.37 and 30 to 39.
Yeah, and refresh our memory about about your are those moving averages or what the blue, the red lines, and the green lines?
Yes. So the blue is the 5 EMA. The red is the 13 EMA, and then the green, which is just below the red, is the 50 SMA, and then the pink dotted line is the 200 SMA. So as you can see, we have stacked moving averages. What I look for when the market starts to turn is that 5, the blue line, to dip below that red 13. And that's usually a sign for me that we could start seeing lower lows. But as you can see on this chart, that has not happened in a very long time. They've kind of kissed each other a little bit. But for the most part, we've had those stacked moving averages, for let's see how long. I mean, all the way back to basically April, and we all remember the February to April dip, but what a buying opportunity that was, right?
Yeah, no, it's not lost upon me that 5 and 8 for your EMAs are fib numbers.
5 and 13,
Or
yes.
5 and 13. I'm
5 and 13,
sorry. I'm sorry
yes,
for that.
yes,
Right, right.
absolutely.
I use 8 and 21 in a daily, so I hear you.
And I use 8 and 34 on an intraday chart. And of course, so, I am the protege of the Fibonacci Queen. That's why I'm the Fibonacci Princess. And these are the moving averages that she's always used. Now, personally, I also like to look at the 20. That is something that on some of my other charts I do look at. But on these main daily charts, these are the ones that I have showing right now.
Yeah, no, when you're all right, I'm a little older than most people around me, but Carolyn's been around. Carolyn Broden, Fibonacci Queen, has been around a long time.
Over 40 years.
And she is back then and now she's still wicked good. So she's a good follow also. I love the fact that
Absolutely. She's Queen of Fibs on X.
yeah, for sure. But you're the new generation. You're the princess now. You're coming. You're in the spotlight. Everyone's going to be following you. I actually follow Tammy on X. Also, it's a good follow.
At Trader Tammy 1.
Yeah,
Yes.
we'll pop it into the chat.
Oh, perfect.
So, Tammy, let's. Are you looking at Nasdaq or anything else?
Absolutely. I've got Nasdaq. I've got YM. I've got GC, crude, NG. So I've got Nasdaq here. We are, as far as the Nasdaq is concerned, we're still looking for the second target off that September 25th low, which is 25,400. And then we've met the first target off the 7th of September, 7th of October low. So we are more extended on Nasdaq than we are on ES. And that second target off the October 7th low is 25,454. So the area you want to look for today is 25,400 to 54. We're right on top of that. So there again, many moves tend to terminate at extensions of prior swings. We are extended here. And it felt like, that the NASDAQ was lagging a little bit. But when you look at some of these daily charts, it's actually more extended than ES at this point. So just please be aware of that.
Yeah, yesterday was relentless yesterday. I
It was
mean,
crazy. And what was interesting about the open yesterday morning was that the ES actually was going lower while the Nasdaq was going higher. So I decided not to trade the open yesterday because of that mixed patterns I was seeing. But, it was a nice shorting opportunity if anybody was able to grab a hold of that on the ES. But when I see that they're not trailing together like it did later in the day, it did later in the day, and then I was more comfortable buying pullbacks. Uh, when I was able to get into them because a lot of it was straight up. But but when they don't agree with each other, I have a tendency to just kind of sit on the sidelines and watch and see what's going to happen.
yeah, and the other trick is trying to figure out which one's leading and which one's following, right?
Exactly, exactly. Because for a long time, NASDAQ was following, but then since, I don't know, I think it's since June or July, it may have been earlier than that. It seems like the ES has been leading, so which has been a little unusual.
Yeah, and today's another unusual day too. I mean, we're literally, yesterday was excitement galore. Today Nasy's what? Unchanged pretty much. So is ES. Looking at Russell, pretty much, and not a lot of movement in any of the stock index futures.
Yeah, we'll see what happens today. Yesterday was pretty exciting, so maybe we'll just get some of that. Maybe it might be a boring day, and you know what's good for boring days? Not trading. We need that volatility, and we want to see us break out of the ranges in order to be comfortable about those trades.
Yeah, no, for sure. But I love the trend. It's looking strong. I'm glad you're thinking that way. A lot of traders can't go any higher, Jim. If I get that call one more time, I'm going to lose my mind. Of course,
Listen, yeah, what is that saying? The market can,
yeah, be irrational longer than you could be liquid or
but then
something.
we can be solvent, right? Exactly. So. Yep, absolutely.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, anybody that's been around long enough knows that. I mean, and the thing is that for those that have not been around for the big, huge rollover, you know, it it it, it slowly goes, it goes up, but when it does roll over, you better watch out. And that actually, to be honest with you, my bearish trades a lot of time are my best trades just because the price moves so quickly. I really like a bearish market, honestly. I love a bullish market too, but it is a nice way to trade futures when it's bearish.
Yeah. No, the trouble with the down market, the trend day downs, the quick moves down, they just keep going and going and going. There's a tendency, and remember, I was a commodity broker for 20 years, talking to traders all day long from around the country, is the idea of trying to buy dips in that environment, and that's usually a recipe of not a good recipe, right?
Well, and that's what makes me fearful for some of those people, the traders that haven't been trading that long. Honestly, the ones, some of these people out there that haven't been trading long and they haven't seen that yet, it could be a
Yeah,
very dangerous situation for their accounts.
yeah, for sure.
So sitting on the sidelines is a thing. Cash is a position.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Any other markets on your radar screen?
Yeah, absolutely. So here I have the YM. So right now we are actually failing off of that 618 retracement around 47,082. So this is one of the ones that is actually not extended. We're still looking for the target extensions from the September 25th and October 6th lows. You can see those in green, 47,315, 494, 646, and 712.
Okay, I got it. So a little bit different.
A little bit different. Yep, this one is definitely looking different. As far as gold, of course, gold has been, there's a little, there's a song my 6-year-old loves it, and it talks about zoom, 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 we're going to the moon.
Yeah.
That's what I've been saying over and over again with gold. And I remember I read last night on X, somebody was saying, I'm going to short gold, and hopefully they just did it overnight because of course here we are coming back into price support. The level I have is 40.14 to 19, which we hit and held overnight. Now we're testing that 786 of this swing up, but it looks like we're trying to push through that. That's at 40.67 and we're at 40.72. So really that's getting violated at this point. The target extensions off of the overnight low are 40.97 and 41.19. So I can put those in real quick so that you can see them better. I know it's hard to see these little numbers here. Oh, I accidentally deleted it. So
Oh,
that's okay because I can come to my Fibonacci Princess tool and redo it real quick. But like I said, that next level is 41.19. Above that, 40.97 for target extensions. So if we get up into that area, there again, many moves tend to terminated extensions as prior swings. You're going to want to trail up your stops and lock in those profits.
Yeah, I mean, thank you for doing that. When you get to be my age, I can't see anything to begin with. So
Yeah, we're working on there again. We are working on that, getting those numbers bigger. I think I adjusted them on some of these other charts, but maybe I didn't on gold. But yeah, listen, I get it because that's what everybody tells me all the time. They say, hey, listen, can you make those numbers bigger? Here we are on crude. Now, crude is really interesting right now because we are really stuck between decisions. We did come down and bounce from some price support here around the 50% retracement, around 61. But we're up against some resistance again, and that resistance area is 62.99 to 63.18, which happens to correlate with the 50 SMA. So I do need to get those moving averages on this chart. But if you're looking to short crude, I like that 62.99 to 63.18 area. You could put your stop just above that. If you could risk a little bit higher, you could go to that 63.41 to 63.43 area. But crude is kind of in an indecision point at this point. I mean, it does have all the moving averages on the side of the bears, but there again, too, if you trade crude, you understand how the slippage can look also. So just be careful.
Yeah, for sure. Well, Tammy, thank you so much for being with me on Friday. I'm so happy you're back with me. Always a pleasure to talk to you live in front of people, not in front of people. Doesn't matter. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much for having me again, Jim. It's a pleasure always to be on NinjaTrader TV.
All right, all right. Remember, we're going to put that X handle into the live chat. Everybody follow Tammy. It's a great follow, and I look forward to talking to you again, Tammy.
Yes, me too. Thank you.
All right, all right. Well, it is that time. We are ready to trade the open, and we have a wonderful young man with us today again, and that is Christian, Trading Boxes. Chris is here with us. Before we get to Chris, though, I do want to pop up again. We're going to go ahead and are we going to announce? Is it 9 o'clock? Are we going to announce Engineer Bear first with Chris or without Chris? Okay. All right. So we have. I think we're going to go ahead and announce the winners of the Engineer Bear, Bunny Bear. Thank you guys so much for your generosity. A couple of great trading books. And do we have a winner, folks? I'm checking. Oh, we do. Drunk Radish. Drunk Radish is the winner. Thank you, Drunk Radish. We appreciate you, man, being here as well. I appreciate everybody in the community being here as well. But special shout out to Engineer Bear and Bunny. I know you guys you're traveling for a couple weeks and you're out the door in a minute, but we'll coordinate later on how to get the book out to Drunk Radish. But very awesome, man. Thank you for that. All right. Giveaways aren't done. We got another one. Let's get ready. Let's trade the open with Chris. Chris, how are you, man?
Hey, Jim. I'm doing well. How about you?
I just want to talk about this Engineer Bear thing one more time. I mean, so you guys are all giving away stuff for the celebration of the folks subscribing to our channel, which is awesome. It's such a fantastic thing to do. We appreciate that. I'm going to be giving something away. Deli's going to be giving something away. But to have a member of the community that should be on the receiving end, wanting to be on the giving end, that was pretty nice.
Yeah, it's awesome. I don't know. You were giving something away. Can you share or not yet?
No, not yet. We'll get into it next week.
Okay.
We'll get into it next week. It'll be good, though. It'll be good. My initial thought was, well, I'm going to send a bottle of Melfi's gin to somebody, but I don't think the powers that be like the idea of sending alcohol to folks without across state lines. So, well, it'll be something cool, though. I promise.
Awesome. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, but now you're all now. This is your time, right? You're also gonna your gift is awesome. Like, let's talk about it.
Yeah, so I'm going to be giving away an Urban Miller chair since we're on the desk all the time. And so uh, we start the giveaway or the countdown at I believe 10 a.m. and it goes up until 10:45. And then at that time I will be we'll share who the winner is.
That's awesome, and that's a nice chair.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not just like, your everyday office chair. That is a sweet, sweet chair. That's awesome, man. Thank you for doing that.
Yeah, no worries. I'm glad to help out with you guys to give something back.
It's funny, the little things make a big difference when you're trading, right? I mean, you want to be comfortable. You want to be, relaxed. You want to be healthy, of course. But, little stuff like having the right monitor set up, having the right computers, having the right internet connection, be plugged in if you can instead of
Yep.
Wi-Fi, being comfortable in your chair. I'm bringing it to the chair. I'm bringing it back to the chair, Chris. But all that stuff's important, right? I mean, you want to be in a good environment because you have enough, demons in your head when you're trading live money.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, well, you're also sitting down for, I don't know, gosh, 8, 10 hours uh trading and maybe doing other things. And you need a good chair, definitely.
Yeah, for sure. Well, awesome. All right, so we'll get that announcement going a little later. You guys are going to see that link inside the chat. Again, thank you everybody for being here with us. Thank you for the thumbs up and the subscriptions. So let's talk about the markets, man. It's funny because I quoted you yesterday because I am getting folks saying, "Well, the bubble's coming. It's time to get short and all this stuff." And I'm like, "Hey, remember what Chris told us last time he was here? The trend is the trend. It is what it is. You can't front run it. You just got to look at it and kind of determine what the trend is. And equity markets, it's still strong."
Yeah, it's very it's easier to sort of have the bias and maybe see some economic or fundamental news that contradict the market, but this market has been nonstop and it will serve us best if we continue to just follow that and align with it. And we continue to have these higher highs, higher lows. I'll go into the trade plan for this morning. We had a amazing day. I heard you talking with Tammy about that. Amazing day yesterday. It was nonstop. It was just beautiful. What that pretty much, how that was created or triggered was we had broken out of this 2 week wedge box consolidation that we were in. We were sort of chopping around yesterday, not yesterday, 2 days up until 2 days ago. Then we had a pullback just to back test that breakout again, right? You can see that in NQ. All we did was come back down to that breakout. We consolidated all night after that drop. I think that drop came from Oracle and limited margins that they were making, something like that. And then we triggered. So, I talk about this higher high, higher low structure here. Ever since this breakout, the pullback yesterday was the first higher low into a rising 9MA, an uptrend essentially. And all we did was bounce from that support area to make a new higher high. So that's an uptrend by definition, right? It's a higher high, higher low out of a contraction area. It can't get any more simpler than that. And so now that we have created this higher high, higher low, can we do the same on this 4 hour time frame? We had another breakout from this range in NQ, and now we are consolidating, maybe possibly pulling back a little bit more before we potentially bounce. And so if we do pull back, and that happened into the 250s area, this week's sort of swing highs, or do we fail there and we come back down to test prior week lows, maybe 110s, 120s, but we just have to continue to see this time frame continuity and say, okay, on the daily, we're in this higher high, higher low structure. On the 4 hour, can we replicate the same structure? And then can we apply that then to the trade plan? So for ES here, real quickly, exactly the same. Can we hold any potential pullback to 67.90s and continue? So that sort of gives me the framework of how to sort of prepare my trade plan. Then when I come down here on the hourly and say, okay, can we, we're now creating an hourly 50 EMA wedge after this beautiful hourly 90-minute uptrend. We're consolidating prices, consolidating these recent gains. If we can hold any potential pullback to London's low, maybe a failed breakdown, like a quick one right there, we can attempt higher and push up into 410s, either reject or form acceptance and then see higher, or we do pull back and do a more traditional back test of the swing highs around 250s. And maybe at that point, buyers are, show up and we bounce. Or if not, then we can tell that this might be a little bit of a hard retracement and we're going back down all the way again to prior week highs. This breakout, where at that point I can look for a reversal attempt. A little bit of the same in ES, but NQ has been stronger, way stronger due to semis and software. But so ES is still sort of hanging around here above prior week highs. If we can pull back, if we do pull back, I want to see if we can hold either the London low 6790s area and then see if we can attempt that follow through higher from the daily push higher that we had. If not, we can form acceptance at 6790s and then pull down into the yesterday's hourly breakout at 6773. But so far, there's nothing bearish about this. Look, shorts can still make money, and a lot of people do, but I consider those as a zone-to-zone opportunity versus really capturing a big move like what we had yesterday.
Yeah, I mean that my first reaction every time you do a trade your trade plan for the day is it's well thought out, it's comprehensive. You look at different time frames and you analyze the market in a methodical way, and then you create a trade plan for the day. And that's so important. So many people don't. So many people look at a chart and they throw some lines on and they say, "All right, I'm going to do this. I'm going to wait for, I'm going to wait. I don't have a plan. I don't have a course of action that I'm going to follow, even if it's an if then." So that's what makes your trade plan so great. I mean, how long? I'm sure it's took a long time to develop it to where it's at right now, but it seems like you use this every single day.
Yeah, it takes me at least 30 minutes in the morning, maybe 40 minutes to really write it out and make sure. I mean, it's just, what we sort of have to, I think we all can agree that trading success is being stuck in the right feedback loop. And part of my own feedback loop that helps me stay consistently focused on the current trend is I focusing on the trend that we have here across many timeframes and living in it on a day-to-day basis so I can make possibly the best decisions for my account. So it took a while, definitely, but it's a big requirement for me to continue to succeed.
Yeah, my guess is then after you're done trading, you're going to look back and say, all right, how did my trade plan jive with what really happened?
Yeah, so I do a trade review. I record a trade review that takes me 15, 20 minutes. And that's part of that feedback loop. And then in the evenings, I do a daily update just to remind myself, hey, where are we on the daily? So in the morning, it's fresh. And it's just, I live and breathe the markets.
Yeah, but really, you're doing the work. You're doing, the will to win is not as important as the will to prepare to win, right? Somebody once said that. I don't know, but this is the will to prepare to win, right? It's not. It's harder than the will to win, right? You have to do this extra work when there's probably other stuff that you'd enjoy doing, right? I mean, especially after you're done trading. But no, you're going to get that discipline. You're going to focus, and you're going to just crank it out, and it's going to be part of your process. And then you get that muscle memory, and then that's how you become successful.
Yeah, yeah. So I suggest it for everybody. Work on your trade plan, create one, review your trades, and enter this feedback loop that can just help you iterate until you reach more consistency.
Yeah, awesome, man. All right. Well, I see you got a trade cooking right now. I am going to dip into the chat right now, and I'm going to be rooting for you and taking notes. So I appreciate the giveaway, everybody in the chat. Thank you for the thumbs up for Chris because he's spectacular. So good luck today, man.
Thank you. Yeah. So look, hey guys, first, good morning to everybody. Thanks, Jim. Have a good weekend. All right. We'll see you soon. I think next week. Yeah, likewise. All right, guys. Good morning to all. So actually, that's a good question. What somebody said, what about the rest of the world that's watching your videos and likes them and subscribe? So I'm gonna add on my own giveaway here. I'll give away a year's worth of a membership to my private trading group that I have. So you guys can have a chance, international people can have a chance to join. So production at the same time as we do the Erman Miller chair, we'll do another sort of I don't know if we're spinning the wheel or whatever it is, to give away a year of membership. Yeah. We'll be able to do that at the same time around 10:45 Eastern, right? So, guys, we want to make sure we're taking care of everybody, our U.S. and Canadian folks, and then our international people, because I know there's a lot of people out there. I talk to you guys from Spain, from France, I talked to you guys from Mexico, from Amsterdam, the United Kingdom, just all over the place. Singapore, there's a lot of people in my group from all over the world, and India, Brazil. Yeah, beautiful. So let's take care of you guys, all right? I'll give away a year membership to my group so you guys can learn the education, learn with us, trade, and hopefully what we cover in the room, what I share, helps you guys in any way. So good morning to all. Morocco, that's awesome. DTS Trader, there's a link, a couple comments above you. If not, we'll keep posting them. Don't worry. Oh, actually, at the top of the top chat here on YouTube, you can sign up. Well, this is for the Erman Military. We'll put up another one for the group later on. Don't worry. All right, so let's discuss my trade here. Hey, thanks, Jose. See, Jose's in the group. We have a couple people from the group. DTS Trader just joined us. Sorona, I see you, Sorona. Good seeing you. Gary just joined us. Adam as well. Spencer. Good morning to all. All right, so this embodied Jesus as well. Thanks, Tim. Hi, guys. Hi, BDDA. All right, guys. So I have a small trade here, and it's small because my risk is half R. It's only 20 points. So my average is maybe 3/4. My average is just 30 to 40 points. We had a 90-minute reversal on a lower time frame here that I'm trying to see if we can, the idea here is that I capture a lower time frame 90-minute reversal inside the wedge, and then if that triggers, we can break out of this wedge, and then my lower time frame reversal entry was a way for me to manage less risk, right, and capture the breakout. So that was the idea of my long, and we'll see if that plays out like that. It was a very big day yesterday for both futures and swings. I know some of you guys swing trade. By the way, what a move in AMD, right? I'm so lucky to have been in that. And so it's just the swing, it's just such a strong bullish market that we continue to see higher prices. And then NVIDIA's gapping up today. Yeah, AMD, beautiful. All right, guys. So I'm hearing from our lovely Savannah here that the link was updated, and what they will do is they will pick two winners, one international, one domestic. The domestic winner will, of course, get the chair, and the international winner will get a free year of hot dogs from Costco. I'm just kidding. It'll be a free year of membership to my group. All right, so use the same link. Yeah, domestic in Canada people. Use the same link. We have 275 people in there. Use the same link for both the Urban Millet Chair and then a year's worth of subscription or membership. Can I enter in my own membership? Is that fraud? All right, so thanks, Sav. We're just chopping around here, though. Yeah, so for my Tuesdays with Merit, 5 weeks of chop. What a crazy. I can enter, but they won't pick me. So you're only in it for the Costco hot dogs. I don't know what that means. Short life. The current charts are lying. We're talking about the link. Okay, let's see. We have 10 minutes here. Costco has calzones now. Those things are a lot. I've never eaten one. Yes, surprised by that. I can't eat a lot of food because of my health condition. Guys, I haven't had sweets. I haven't had like candy or ice cream since there's chocolate in protein bars, but nothing sweet like that for like 5 years now. Yeah, Adam makes a good point here. You have to make sure you like the stream in order to win the giveaways. All right, guys, that Urban Millet Chair is sick. Okay, I'm gonna have to buy one myself this year. Time for a new one. I don't know if that's the name of the link, Neil. Gleam? Maybe, I don't know. I have not tried that sap. I got to look that up. The last thing I would eat was these. It was called Sundays. They were cookies for people with diabetes, so they had no sugar. And to me, they tasted like Oreos. To my friends that I shared, it tasted like cardboard box, like cardboard. So, but it's just been so long that I've had cookies like that to me they were amazing. And I ordered a lot of them, and they shut down recently. It's just very hard to have sort of, I mean, amazing what they're doing, right? They created these desserts for people with diabetes, but at the same time they're kind of expensive. So I see why they couldn't succeed, and very unfortunate. Yeah, Oreos are not good for you. I did find these sugar-free cinnamon buns from the farmer's market, and I've been buying those as my treat. But I still no candies, no ice cream. I miss ice cream. I was a big ice cream person. I would go all around LA trying new spots. Oh, Rack City called it. Yeah, right? Sav, I agree. Keto ice cream? No, I never looked into it. I should try it. I don't eat cheese. I can't even eat burgers, guys. And it's crazy. I will eat like the meat and the lettuce and stuff. It's just the buns have too much stuff. All right, so let's see if we can break out of this. Again, we are on the 4 hour here. ES is leading, and is our small caps strong right now? Is that what it is? Pretty flat. So we just broke out of this beautiful reversal yesterday, right? It was just amazing. I was lucky enough to have caught all of that. And now we're consolidating. Are we possibly going to break out higher from here on the 4 hour? Or do we pull back in ES to 67.90s and then maybe bounce, right? In NQ, can we hold this recent sort of higher low? And then push out? If not, can we pull back? But it's a wait and see. I do have a good entry here that I'm risking just half of my usual to see if we do get a push up. Let's see where my R multiples are. I gotta move this right here. I gotta remove this. But we'll see if it goes. If it doesn't and I take a stop, then I will just wait to see if we do get that pullback. And then see what happens. All right. But you guys know my plan. I'm usually always buying pullbacks since the support. Nothing has changed. Sometimes it won't work. Sometimes I'll have stops. But then yet days like yesterday, I will ride that whole move. Right. Like you guys know me. I like to trail and trend, and I rode this whole move higher. $296 is your pullback area? Sure, the lows, yeah. What kind of tacos do I eat? Look, that's what I can eat, because look, it's just tortillas and meat, right? Neil, I don't know if that's a joke or not. I can't go carnivore, Wayne. It's too much high carnivore, high protein diet is not healthy for somebody with kidney disease and chronic kidney disease that has gone through 2 kidney transplants. No alcohol for sure. I haven't had that in years. All right, let's see if we can, we have 2 minutes here. If we do not push out here, then I'll probably take a stop, and then I'll wait and see for a potential next setup here. Hey, don't feel bad for me. I have a second chance at life. Third chance now. It's my second kidney. So look, I'll do whatever I need to do to remain healthy. I've seen naturopath doctors for many years. I've tried it all. I spend a lot of money. They're investments, right? Investment in my health. In naturopathic doctors, Eastern doctors, Tibet doctors, acupuncture, chiropractic, everything that you can think of, everything. I've taken herbal, medicine for years, like just everything, supplements, whatever it is. And we just have to, focus on our health. Like this is what I'm doing here. What I'm get to do here is a blessing, right? I get to show up and do what I love. And after what I've been through. Not only that, but not a lot of people can do that. So I'm thankful for that. Every day is a gift, and we can't forget that. All right, we have a minute here into the open. We have London's high at 344, which might create some sort of a rejection, but let's see if we can push out here and trigger this hourly breakout. I do got to keep an eye on my swings though. All right, guys, as you guys know, I swing trade a lot, and got to keep an eye on those. All right, let's see if we can hold here. Come on. No luck. All right, so let's see what takes place now. Yes is a little bit stronger. Oh, what a gap down in Tesla. Very little, but not best. All right, let's see if we can pull back to support now, which is this 250s, 260 area in NQ, or London's low, overnight low, which is right around here. ES is hanging around here. It's not really moving here. Oh, I have the 5-minute up. I want the 2-minute. Oh, it would be something if they just took me out before it goes up. ES is leading the move higher. Look at that. Look at ES here. Pushing out already. NQ is the one that's struggling. All right, NQ pretty much flat. Let's see which one's right, which one's wrong, right? We have a little bit of divergence here between the both. There's just a waiting game now to see if we can come back down into some sort of support area that I'm watching here, or we all right, let's see. Either ES holds this breakout, right? We have a higher high, higher low, and then maybe we hold and push up, or we get a failed breakout and we just move lower while NQ takes us lower to first. The first stop would be this 296 area, the overnight low, London low. So let's see what happens here or into 250s, but that is the spot that I want to look for my reversal setup. What are you guys looking at here? Ooh, Dallas. Hoping for the best, my friend. Oh, I read all of Joe Dispenza's books. All right, so pull back here in NQ at the open. ES kind of flat here. I mean, you had a little bit of a push higher, but it's still in this overnight range area. I mean, you figured that we'll go through some sort of consolidation today versus due to the type of move we had yesterday. Gary, I don't look at gold or copper, my friend. Yeah, Dr. Joe is the best. All right, so we're still kind of flat. All right, we're into the overnight low. We do have a divergence here. NQ took that out. ES is nowhere near there. ES is pretty much flat here. Let's see if this becomes a failed breakdown. Yeah, mixed market here. ES has cyclicals that are supporting it. And a little bit of some red names, some green names. We got long 296. Still no reversal set up for me. What we have here is a move into this overnight low. We have our first lower low. No bounce yet to create a lower high. So we need to see if we continue lower into 260s. We have to now reverse over this sort of area here. This is like the most immediate resistance. Oh yeah, cost is up on that. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, JPM strong. Financials, look, financials have been pretty sideways since August 28th, 25th. So I'm looking at those names for a long. And that's what's helping ES stay up here. You have financials that are strong, small caps. What are they doing? What's RTY doing? RTY is strong. So we're seeing a little bit of rotation here taking place. NQ won't give up. Banks report next week. So that's good. I just realized that we might then continue this range that we've been in well, we're seeing higher in SPY and QQQ. No movement here in NQ. ES is stronger, not necessarily strong. Just in this range here. Wait, oh, I have the 5-minute up. I need the 2-minute. Okay, so we do have our first lower low, lower high in this 90-day downtrend right here. And we're pushing lower. ES might fail here. It's still okay. Morning, guys. Hey, go enter at the giveaway here at the link for those of you who just joined. But you can only win if you like the stream, right, guys? So those are part of the rules. You got to like the stream, and then you got to go sign up to win the Erman Miller chair, which I have 540 entries now, or a year's worth membership to the group Paradigm Shift Trading that I have. All right, so ES is sort of not failing. I don't want to say that, but it just has no follow through higher, and possibly this is a failed breakout to then see move lower to this overnight bottom. Lucas, I'm giving away the year's membership for you guys who are international to get a chance to win. All right, we continue lower. So if we're not going to hold this overnight low in NQ, then we're most likely going to see this 250. So let me bring back this video here. We're moving lower here. So scenario 1 is currently off the table at the moment. Can we see scenario 2 now, which is move down to test these swing highs at 260, and then we bounce? Because then what we'll need to see is acceptance there in order to push back down to prior week high, this 180, 190 area. So, but as of now, we are breaking lower from this hourly wedge. ES is still in this hourly wedge. So we need to see if maybe we come down to London's low and then reverse. Maybe we're looking to create some sort of doji on the weekly here. Maybe shorts make the most sense, even though we're in an uptrend. So let me close. I gotta work on my swings here for a bit. All right, we're testing this 260 zone. Where's ES? ES is down to that overnight range support. Let's see if this is where we find. We're also at the 4-hour 9 MA, where we're ideally looking for that higher low. If it doesn't hold, then we are going lower. Wow, what a reversal on Netflix, huh? ES is hanging out there. Let's see if NQ, what we can generate here in NQ here. Let's see if this turns into a lower low, lower high, and then maybe reversal, or we form acceptance here. Yes, close to that overnight low. All right. ES just took out that low, and we're into that 93 area. We're coming into that support here that ideally we hold and see a bounce. If we fail to hold here, then at this point, we'll see a larger move down to the downside. And I'm trying to think here on what the weekly candle is forming. I mean, if we flip back down, then the weekly will just be a doji. All right, we're into the support area. 230 to 250s is where I'm liking a low to show up. So I'm going to be looking for a reversal down here, because what will then need to happen is if we're not going to hold this sort of area here, this initial support, then we're going to see a move lower, like a much aggressive move. And in my opinion, we need acceptance here to break that and then go all the way down to 185. Now, I say we need acceptance, but sometimes, price won't form acceptance and it will just trigger a just continuation nonstop. All right, we're getting a good low here. We need to get those likes up though, guys, for the I mostly place long trades, very airy. I would say 90% of my trades are long. Just because we're in an uptrend, right? I can't say that. Like, for me to be shorting an uptrend this whole year, it just, yeah, guys, the like button doesn't cost anything. We're giving away an Ermine Miller chair, and then a year's worth of membership to my group for those international people to have a chance at joining in this big celebration of the 150 subscribers, right? All right, so ES came down into that support, the 93. We also took out that overnight low. I want to see where NQ's also here. I need that lower high, and it looks like we're bouncing into it, but it might not give me an entry here. Typically, what we need here for me to engage in is a lower low, lower high into the 9 MA, and then reject a little bit to confirm I have the lower high, right? So this is a good example of what happens when my setup doesn't. Let me go over that. So this is not even though we're bouncing and reversing, it's not meeting my entry rules, because I am looking to enter, if we're in a downtrend, right? Lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high. The reversal takes place when we reclaim the last lower high. Why? Because when we do that, we now enter a higher high, higher low, higher high. So I need the lower high in order to be my trigger for a long entry. Where is the lower high here? We don't have that, right? Into the 9MA, we don't have that. We have a breakdown, lower low, lower high. You know, it's tough to say if that's the lower high. It's just, it's part of the breakdown. We push down, and then we're bouncing into the 9MA where we're supposed to see that lower high and reject, but we broke right through that. So this is a good example of an area, a location that I'm looking for a long, but my entry rules are not met, right? But if you guys are long, fantastic. But I there's just no entry requirement for me to join in this. Oh, the link's not working, guys. Sav. Lower high, because we need a lower high to be put in into the 9MA to create the trigger entry for me. We got a lower high, we reject a little bit, and then we push up. We don't have that. So there's no entry here for me, and I'm missing this move. And I have to be okay with that, right? Because that will happen. I mean, I could have been aggressive and said, okay, if I'm going to take an aggressive long here, right? But I wasn't not looking for an aggressive entry. ES did what I'm looking for. Let me see. So look, a quick note on this. There are times that I've noticed, wow, look at this. And funny, I was just going to go into this. There are times that I noticed that, I mean, look at ES, new lows. No, who said that ES made what I'm looking for? No, no, because look, we bounce into the 9MA to create the lower high, lower low, bounce into the 9MA, lower high, rejection, right? So something that I want to share here is that what I've noticed is that when we don't create the lower high into the 9MA, then, because look, the thing is that when we don't respect the 9MA and we push up to the 2050 EMA, that is way too far already. Think of it like this. How can I enter along up here and have my stop up here with such a big risk when I need my risk reward, my risk ratio to be somewhere like right here to right here? You see that difference? I need to make sure my risk is always the same respective to the parameters that I created. So some of the things that I've noticed over time is that when we don't create that lower high into the 9MA, it's prone to failure, meaning we can see a move back down to lows. And that's exactly what we saw in ES. Well, ES created that lower high and then rejected. So no trigger for me because of that rule, and it's saving me. Right? We can make new lows. ES is dropping pretty hard. Let's see why that is. Apple breaking down. So hopefully that give you guys some insight into my entry rules. Takeaway, thanks. Oh, Naceros, I love that. So you're combining Pax's 30-second open with the daily game plan that I create. Fantastic. So look, this is what I tell people in my group all the time. The trade plan is a much better trader than me. Focus on that, right? Like I'm not there to share my trades. Um, you can use them as feedback to what you're doing, but it is the trade plan that is that, right? So let's go back to the trade plan here. We had a pretty big failed breakout in ES. ES so far failing to hold the 67.90. So we're seeing a big flip against prior week high. So you can imagine that on the weekly, we have our higher high here, higher low, and then we went new weekly higher high and now failing. So if a weekly flip below prior week high, that is bearish. It can take time to unfold because it's the weekly, but that's just a sign of that. On NQ, we're back down to that 50s area. So like I said, this is scenario 2 that we're seeing. Can we hold here and then bounce? If not, we form acceptance and look for a prior week high test. So if we form acceptance, then I can look for a short, but I don't exactly have that at the moment, okay? I do got to keep an eye on my swings here. Let me read some. Okay. So the link should be good now, guys. Let's see. Yeah, the giveaway works. 750 of you. Look, guys, if there's 750 of you, how many likes do we have? We have 444. We need that ratio to be better. We need at least 600 likes for 700 people signing up. Come on, you're going to get a good fancy chair, or you get a membership to my trade reviews, my trade plan on a morning. I update the education constantly. It's a great community we have there. It's really, it's not big. I'm not a fan of like those 1,000 member groups. I like to give my time to help and really answer questions, and because I grow as a trader as well, the more I help and answer those questions. So it's a great community in there. All right, so NQ's holding. We never broke this 260s. ES is below that 67.90, so maybe we trigger that reversal now. But we did make a new low actually here. You can see that here. We did make a new low. So if I would have chased this long, I would have been stopped out. And thankfully I didn't. My entry rule was not met. Right, we blasted right above that 9 MA, tested that resistance that I talked about here at 314, and then rejected back down. So technically, in order for bulls to survive or thrive again, we need above this 315 area in order to break out higher. Okay, below that, we're stuck in a little range, but also we can break lower. Let me change this to red. All right, that you can see that as resistance, right? Yeah, there's 1,000 of you in here. How many likes? We have 486. We can do better. Do better. Where's that from? Yeah, what happened with Netflix? What a big jump. You can't like it twice, Amelia. That means you unliked it. We're at 508. That's better, guys. Look, Ninja's sharing here. You must be in the chat at 10:45 Eastern in order to claim the price. All right, guys? Yeah, that's what happened with Netflix. Kane, you can't apply, okay? I'm sorry. This is just for the chat, my guy. We all know you already have an Ermin Miller chair, Kane. I don't know. Those glasses are pretty sick. I can use a pair. I hear Kane's coming with 20 for everybody in Naples. Yes, pretty weak. Are you short, Kane? I know you're liking these shorts up here. Yo, this Netflix had a crazy reversal. I'd love to be in there. Nvidia is so close to 200. That's one of my bigger positions. Beautiful push in Nvidia. So NQ is just chopping around. ES is weak. Let's see what we continue to get. NQ just in this range. What are we doing here? Big reversal in ES though. It flipped prior week's highs. That's especially at these highs. I mean, that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days in this range for ES. And we're creating that weekly doji. So the main area here to test is this yeah, this ES is very weak. Let's see if we can what we can get here in NQ. We are weak. ES is weak. Next area for support in ES is this 6770s. We now need to reclaim 93 in ES. NQ still holding 250s, 260s area. So if we are to break down from here, what I would need is some sort of wedge structure, which we're sort of getting. I don't want this one. If we can form a little bit of acceptance here, maybe there's a breakdown trade there to follow what ES is doing if we're going to be seeing a big reversal. If not, we're just most likely going to bounce here and we'll see what happens. But it might be choppy if we stay in this range here. Yeah, it's that time to look. If we are going to see some sort of high where we enter a pullback, it's right now, this time window, because as we get closer to the holidays, it's the buying season is going to come back again, and the type of year we've had, it's very hard to not think that we won't see a good close on the year. So if we do get a pullback, it's now in October before a mid-November, December rally into the year end. Ooh, Gary, that's tough. Yeah, it's just hard not to not think that we won't close the year strong. All right, so we're potentially building this wedge here. You know what I'll do today, guys? I'll trade half size so I can trade around this, and I'll follow trend structure specifically. Yeah, but we were short life. That's something for like the last week of December. Can we see a breakout here? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 5-minute candles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'll try along here if we get a reversal. And then I'll look to see what happens. We have we're building 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, this is the area to hold for now, but we're stuck between support and resistance. We're just chopping around. And we can still move lower. So I am interested in a short just because of where we are here on the daily and weekly, but we're getting that support. So the first target would be up here. I don't want that. It's this one. See, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 candles. We don't have for those in the group, we don't have a non-MA no trend in time yet on the 5-minute, but we can form one and then that'll create enough energy for a move. Now, ES is attempting that reversal here now. You can see if we track the 9MA downtrend, we have a lower low, lower high, second lower low, second lower high, third lower low. That has, when we get to that second, third lower low, that's where the trend ends. We now need to create some sort of relief bounce and either create a wedge and break out higher or lower. But if we cannot reclaim 93, we won't see that. Yeah, NQ is still fairly weak. I do like the short idea here. So let me wait and see here. This is what I'll do. I'll close this. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I'm trading half size here just to be a little bit more active. I do want to be in this move here. We're consolidating here for the last 30 minutes. And this is, if we're not going to be able to bounce, we're stuck. We bounced into that overnight low. We rejected a couple of times. So we can't reclaim that at the moment. That is not a good sign in the short term. So let's see, what time is it? 9 minutes. And all right, I do like the short idea here. Let's see if we can do another little bounce and then reject, and then I'll be looking to short. So at this moment, this could be acceptance of this zone here, failing to bounce above this 293, which was that overnight low. I haven't looked at the chat in a bit. Just focused on this. I'll go back to you guys in a sec. Can you call out my numbers? What numbers? SPY's right at the weekly open. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have a 9 MA no trend in time now forming on the 5-minute. It's a 8 to 12 candle consolidation. And we're creating energy for a move here. We're into the 4-hour 9 MA. So we're at support, and we need to see if this is going to hold or not. If not, I'll be looking for a short here shortly. We're the 5-minute candle. We're stuck. We have an inside. We're pretty much stuck on the 5-minute inside this little range here. We're stuck in this range. So the 292 to 50 area, we need to see a move away from that. Still weak. I mean, the 5-minute candles are just getting smaller and smaller. If we were to get a move, it's from this next candle here. Where am I placing my orders? I mean, I'm looking at a wedge break here. That's my setup. You can't see that, Gary? Is it the... Maybe you have to change the settings to 1080. All right, we're still holding here. So far, a little bit of a choppy morning after that initial drop. We failed to reclaim this recent support here at 315, right, on that first initial test. We broke below the overnight low, London's low, and then my London's low, I have different settings. And then we tested that again. So we rejected once from resistance, twice here. And now we're consolidating down here. So if we can't bounce out of here, then we're going to see price action saying lower, right? Everything from a sort of a data perspective, the data has been bearish so far. Now we're into support into a higher time frame area. So this can obviously break higher. And we're creating the energy right now. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 candles on the 5-minute consolidating here. So that we have our wedge here. I'm looking to participate in this wedge structure because we're still at that support area. Oh. All right, so let's see if we break down. We're attempting that breakdown now. I'm going to put my stop up here above the wedge, the last wedge touch. There's where I'm managing my risk on this short idea. Now let's see if there's follow through. We need a new lower low, lower high. If it doesn't, then it will fail and I'll have a tiny stop. I mean, this is a 17-point stop and I have less size, right? So I'm trying to manage. I'm doing a little bit of active trading here to make sure that I position myself for the break here and I can. So what I'm going to be doing here is I'm going to be tracking this 9 MA lower low, lower high the best that I can in order to see if we do break lower. If not, I have a tiny risk, tiny stop, I should say. My risk is small. My size is smaller and the risk in the trade is smaller, right? So I'm risking less overall in order to make sure I can be in this move here. So let's see if we can break down here after attempting this wedge breakdown. If we do not, then we're going to create a lower low, lower high, and then we're going to get a reversal back up. Okay. So I'm still watching that. But so far, from a data point perspective, price has told us sellers, 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 right? We had sellers here on this test and rejected back down. We had sellers here on this test of this overnight low and rejected back down. So everything so far has told us lower. Now we need to see if that's true. We need to see a follow through from this breakdown. If not, this will fail. We need a lower low, lower high, lower low. So let's see what we get here. Now I need to track my art multiples here. My stop up here. Because the next area is prior week lows. If we truly fail this will be prior week lows at 200 area. But again, we're still at support. So that's the reason I'm trading a little bit smaller here in the short, because I'm still in an uptrend. We're still we're just pulled back into support area. However, I do agree that we're very extended here, and we did a prior week high flip, and yes, that's bearish. And for NQ, we might get that now. So let's see if we can. If not, this will be a 2-minute failed breakdown, and I'm going to move my stop up to this 9 MA lower high here. I know you guys can't see it, but I'm trading my process a little bit fast here to manage this, okay? So I'm going to move my stop to the last lower high. And we need to see a breakdown here lower now. I'm doing a little bit of active trading here. Okay, so we had this. Let's see here. No, it's still good. We had this breakdown attempt here. And we put in our lower low, lower high. And so I moved my stop down to that lower high, right? So I got taken out. I had less risk. Now, I'm still watching this because maybe my stop was a little bit too tight on that. No, I still like it. If we bounce back up, it's just going to be choppy then. I mean, this 5-minute candles are so small. That's why I'm doing a little bit of active trading just to show like the trend structure that we follow. Let me bring down my size even more. 8 is fine. All right, I'm going to put that on again. I'm going to put my stop above this recent high. And I'm going to look for that breakdown that I'm looking for. And if we reverse back up, then I'll take that stop. All right, we're seeing lower. ES is seeing lower. We need to see a big follow through here in NQ. Next area of support is this prior week highs at 195.200. So ideally, the main target is down here. But we need to see if we do break lower. If not, this is going to fail. Where was my original entry? Probably like right here, right? And then my stop was right here. So it hit 1R. So I'm going to do let me remove some of these drawings. I'll look at the chat in a second, guys. But what I'm trying to show you here, guys, is just a little bit more active trading around a specific 5-minute consolidation. And this price section is just so tight, you can't really see anything. But I'm trying to showcase the 9MA trend that we look to capture over time and how it moves, right? So we had that wedge consolidation. So I'm not really looking for big gains today. I made my money yesterday. What I'm looking here is I've dropped down my size. I'm dropping my risk down so I can be a little bit more creative with my trading today, if that makes sense, to focus more on the education aspect of this area. Now, ES is having the follow through that we wanted, not NQ. Let me put this back up here. So if there's no follow through in ES, oh gosh, in NQ, then we're going to reverse back up. Oh, all right. We're not going to see the follow through lower. Let's see if we trigger that reversal back up now. So now what I'm going to be focused on is the reversal from this. Pretty much what we had was and I'll look at the chat in a second here. So if this fails, I'll look to get backed up. Yeah. I know, DT. I'm just looking at the other my other monitors here. All right, so I'm gonna buy 8 now. If this fails, I'm actually gonna Let me bring down my size a little bit more, and I'll just focus with 6 contracts. So I'm pretty much trading the current structure to follow the 9MA trend that we're in. So we had this wedge breakdown in NQ, okay? We put in our first lower low. We are a lower high here. Let me remove this because you can't really see. Okay, here's our wedge contraction. We broke lower. We have a lower low, and this is our lower high. Can we reject back down, or do we trigger a 9MA reversal back up? So if we do that, then I'm going to be looking to get long here again, and I'm just, again, looking to capture the move away from this on a smaller, with smaller risk, just to show that what can happen when we follow. So this is sort of like, you know, in my head, this is, I'm testing out if this is going to be a good approach for me to trade in the competition that we're going to have, the Arena Cup. So I'm either thinking that I go into like scalper mode and I trade the 2-minute wedge structure consistently, just following the 9MA trend, or do I go into like swing trading approach and I just trail, right, my move. Yeah, we're not really seeing much. And CLS pulling back a lot. Yeah, we need CLS and F. They're just consolidating, not bad. Yeah, not much is happening here. We remain in a, ES specifically remains in a big range here. It's creating energy for a move. We remain weak. Failure to bounce and hold, then we will see prior week highs in NQ. $200. Let me go back to my. It's a lot of drawings here, but I hope it makes sense what I'm doing. I mean, this is, again, I'm testing out to see what will work for me for the competition. Since there's really nothing much going on in here in NQ again, right? So I'm just in scalping mode to see if that works for me. Yes, yeah, ES is much weaker and trending. We need NQ to drop now and trend with it. But we did have, you know, for those who know what this is, we did have a 9MA no trend in time on the 5-minute. That broke down. That was an internal wedge structure here. All right, so we had that wedge. We had our breakdown here, lower low, lower high. And now let's see if there's follow through. If not, this is just going to continue to be maybe choppy. And then at that point, reverse back up. Right. So I'm wrong on the trade and I'll look for a long if we go back above that. So either we're chopping around here before lower, and this is acceptance of that support, or we reclaim and then move back up into this overnight resistance over here. So those are my 2 scenarios here for the most immediate structure here that we have. Right, either this is going to lead to a move lower to prior week high, which is, can we see that? Yeah, right here. See this prior week high. So let me add a line there. All right, so this is a move there. Let me change this to red. Yeah, that looks horrible. So we're either moving to prior week highs in NQ, and this is just consolidation acceptance of this as we sort of break down, or we'll trigger a reversal above 276, 277. And I'm watching that on another screen. and we'll see what happens. But ideally, we get some sort of flush here to break. I'd like 2R before prior week highs. All right, let's see if we can get that. All right, we need a good flush here. Guys, final 15 minutes for the giveaway. Remember, we are giving away a Ermin Miller chair and a year's worth membership for my group for those international people who cannot have a chance at winning the chair. All right, there we go. We're seeing follow through from that break. Give me a 2R here and I'll partial out. All right, beautiful. So I'm out half at 2R. I will keep the rest and look for prior week highs, which was at right. What was it? What did I say it was? 200, right? Around 200. Oh, that's a little bit too low. So it'll be, let's just say 4R. No, stop it. All right, so I'm going to recap what we just went over and pretty much what I tried to do and to help you guys, okay? Because this is a short and I hardly take shorts and I want to highlight why. So on ES, we did a weekly reversal, weekly flip. Let me show that here actually better. While I wait for this to take us to prior week highs. All right, on ES, guys, we had an hourly wedge and we flipped. We broke below it below prior week highs. You can imagine the weeklies is higher high, higher low, higher high. Failure, right? We're failing to hold prior week highs. That is bearish, especially at these highs. So we also got a little bit of the same in NQ. The first support area was 260s. And obviously in an uptrend, I'm looking for reversals, right? What happened that was different here? What did we get on the 2-minute here into that support area? We created a wedge, right? And I'm walking you step by step to what I'm doing. Here's our wedge, our 50 EMA wedge. On the 5-minute, for those who know, we had a 9MA NTIT. Some of you viewers out there won't know, but in the group, this is a term that we give to the consolidation, an 8 to 12 candle consolidation in a rising or downward 9MA trend. So we formed that wedge. This became acceptance, guys. This is what acceptance looks like. You see this wedge, this consolidation at support. What was the data telling us that we couldn't bounce back up? Well, let me remove this. This is the wedge breakdown, obviously, but we came back and tested the breakdown, right? This was the breakdown here. We tested it here on this bounce. Now this came after moving down here. So we came, we tested support. Stop it. Okay. Tested support, bounced, tested resistance, rejected. Okay. What happened next? This is London's low, overnight low, right? We came back and tested that again. So we had a test here of resistance, rejected. Test here now of the next resistance, rejected. After those two rejections, we formed acceptance wedge structure. Okay, this is what I teach. This is what I trade. So we then broke lower. I took a short here. I put my stop a little bit too tight. So I took a stop. Cool, no worries, right? I'm focused on teaching mode here. I got short back again. But the idea here, and let me share something. Let me share. So this is I've shared this before, but this is the exact same structure that we got. We had a 9MA downtrend, we bounced, created a wedge, right? I mean, you cannot say this is not the same thing here. Oh gosh, I don't want that. Let's see how our trade is doing. Beautiful. We're up 40 points. I'm looking for prior week highs to get hit down here and see if I can get filled out on 2 more. But let me go back into education mode. Okay, this same structure is this right here. Hopefully we're all following along. We had our wedge breakdown. We had a consolidation. You see this box here, this 9MA lower low, lower high? That is this lower low, lower high, and continuation. That is follow through to the breakdown, and that's what we want to see. So we're participating in this wedge breakdown and now seeing a new 9MA downtrend. We're now moving into prior week highs, and everything that I've talked about, that I've shared, is pretty much what took place. So we now trail to the next support area. Jay, you can it's on the YouTube. You can go back and watch this video whenever you want. So let me know if you guys have questions on this. I went into like education. I mean, I do like 1 or 2 trade reviews a week that are recorded and I share to the group, and I pretty much went into that mode here, where I'm breaking down the structure that we're forming in real time with you guys, right? Like I'm doing this in real time and following that structure, trading that structure, and then trailing with the 9MA trend. So we, I mean, there's really not much to discuss. This is like my little library of different wedges here that I trade on NinjaTrader. And what we saw was this perfect example. Look, if we would have reversed, we would have seen this right here. Breakdown, 9MA lower low, lower high, and then reversal. But what did we do? Did we reverse from here? No. And that's one of the scenarios that I was talking about, right? So we created that lower low, lower high, and then continue lower. So this is a downtrend. My short is about to reverse. We'll see. I can't control that anymore, right? We're not at the support level that I'm looking for yet. So there's no entry here for a reversal for me. But anyways, we didn't see this, right? So the next, we're not going to see that. We're going to see this. We're going to see follow through lower in a 9MA downtrend. And that is exactly what we're in. We're in a 9MA downtrend. All right. Sorry, I went a little into education mode here. So now we just continue riding the downtrend. Okay, it's very straightforward. I'm gonna move this. No, I cannot. Can I move this like this so we can sort of, no, over here, over here. Right there. All right, so we can watch the R multiples, and then this, we have prior week highs here. So that is my main target on this breakdown here. And I need a break from talking. Oh, how many minutes do we have left, guys, for the giveaway? Six minutes left, guys. Make sure you sign up. We're giving away a fantastic chair, and then for a chance for the international people to win something, right? We are giving away a free year's membership to my group, where I share this exact process that I'm sharing here, and I trade it. I do trade reviews. I mean, it's a fantastic group. Those of you in the group can I hope can agree. and hopefully, you know, we're making points. We're making our points. We're making our money. Yesterday was a fantastic day of longs. Today, a short is paying. So let's see what happens. What would my target be in yes? Well, if you were with us from the open, my friend, you would know that my target. Wait, where's the hourly? Sorry, right here. All right, so here is the original plan from this morning. If scenario 1 failed in ES, then we would see a scenario 2, which is a push back down to 67.73. Hey, we are here. We are at the next target below. So it makes sense that we find support here, or else we form acceptance and we see scenario 2.1 and flip back down to prior day low. For NQ, if we failed scenario 2, which we did, we were form acceptance. We did. I just went over that structure and we could pull back down to prior week high. So now let's see if we get there, okay? Hopefully that helps. I spoke a lot. I feel like I spoke a lot right there. Oh, somebody said, can we give up the chair for your membership? I'm not against that. Look, if you win the chair and if you rather have the membership to learn this, we can do another spin, I guess, and give away the chair to somebody else. But although it's a fantastic chair, so thanks, guys. Thanks for the feedback. Thanks, Butters, Aaron, Serona, hey, Lito, Mark, thank you, Chuck. Thank you, Chuck. Always good to see you. Excellent room. I run Monster Points, best teacher. Chris and his people in his room crush it. Fantastic. I love that. I love to hear that. Paradigm Shift Trading is the name of the group. I don't really advertise that much. I don't market it. I didn't even have the website. Just because I talk to people. I say, hey, send me a message. We can talk, get to know each other for a bit. No, but seriously, I like to have conversations. To be fair, I filter people out. I mean, I'll be honest. It's not a group for YOLOers, right? We're not looking to make 1,000% in a day. Like it's a process. I want to make sure that you understand that this is a long-term game. And that you're willing to commit it to learn, right? And it takes time, right? So that's why I sort of don't market it. I want to make sure that people are in there with the right intention. If it's not a good mix, then cool, no problem, right? But if it is, we hope that you stay for a while and we can grow together. I swing trade as well. We swing trade, and we've been killing it in swing trading. Speaking of swing trading, I have to look at my swings here because they're flipping on me. I don't have a published track record. I have a track record, but it's not on Twitter. Thanks, DTS. Gavin, I'm awesome. That's what I wanted to focus on for this session here, to really hyper focus on the structure that we had. All right, guys, we have 1 minute until we do the giveaway, and then we will sort of spin the wheel and see if we can get to find a winner. All right, guys, so a minute here. Let's see how many we have. We have 1,000 of you in here. That's fantastic. We have 1,000 here watching. How many likes? We have 575. Get out of here. Listen, we're gonna delay the giveaway if you guys don't get those likes up, right? We just had a banger of a short. We're moving into targets. We're gonna give away a chair, and we're gonna be giving away a year's membership. My first trade was 2010. Silver trade. I was silver long in options. I only had $1,500 on the account. I doubled that, and then I lost 15 grand in that year. Guys, we gotta get those likes up. Those are rookie numbers. All right, we're so close. Come on, fill me. Are we at prior week highs? We're at prior week highs. Our target has been met. No, don't fill me, please. I'm just gonna move this. I don't care. Fill me. We're tested prior week highs. Come on. It won't fill me. Listen, if we bounce hard from here, I'm going to be annoyed. What the heck? Guys, I look young because I have an illness, okay? I've had kidney failure. Look at this. It tested prior week high and didn't get filled. See, this is what I get for talking and focusing on other things. I didn't even see that prior week high was hit. That was our target. So this is what I get. Well, I do want to lock in profit, so I'm going to close this. All right. Oh, well. But everything according to plan worked out, right? Let me go over this 4 hour again. Oh, wait. When is the giveaway? They'll let me know. They'll let me know when it's time. All right. The main structure here in ES was if we fail to hold 67.90s, we could come back down to 67.73. Check. If we fail to hold 250s, we can come back down to test prior week high. Check. We got that, right? Oh, I have news, guys. We just I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's a wheel or not, but we have our winners here. How many likes are we at? Okay, I'll take it. All right, so our winner for the group, I'll do the group first, is Disembodied Jesus. Where are you, Disembodied Jesus? What a name. And I know you. I know who this is. Where are you? Show yourself. Where's Disembodied Jesus? There you go. All right, you win a year's worth of membership. Fantastic. I know what that means for you, my friend. So all right, so now we're gonna do the giveaway for the chair, and our winner is, I hope I'm pronouncing it right, Baikal Sharshamviv, Baikal. Where is Baikal Sharshamviv? We'll give you, there you go. All right, we have a fantastic winner here. Love to hear that. You win a fantastic Erman Miller chair. Kind of jealous. And Disembodied Jesus, you get a year with me, whispering sweet nothings into your ear. Congrats to you both. It's the good one, Jeff. It's the one that makes your back feel good. All right, so fantastic morning here. We caught a great short. We followed trend structure. That's what I was focused on. This I missed this reversal, but that's fine. We did what we had to do, right? I highlighted, watch the stream again. It was fantastic. I shared why price action was bearish. I shared that we failed to reclaim this initial retest of this breakdown. Then we back tested that London low, overnight low. That's data, right? We're data analysts. Data was telling us that price was failing to move lower. I'm going to move my stop to break even on the rest, and then if that reverses, then call it a day. But why do I need to close my trade, Steve? I got to follow my own rules. You get me? Like, oh, Steve, okay. Thank you for that. My bad. My bad, B. Um, okay, so I mean, we just hit a good area of support. We hit 67.73 in ES and we're bouncing. So it makes sense that we're bouncing. NQ hit prior week highs. We're bouncing, right? So that was an area I wanted to look for a reversal. I missed it, but it's celebrating what people won. But it's all good. I don't mind what happens next. So anyways, guys, to sort of conclude here what took place. Data was telling us, and I'll probably get stopped out or break even here on the rest. Data was telling us that we failed to reclaim resistance once. We failed to reclaim that new resistance. We then formed acceptance, aka a wedge. Okay. And then we broke lower. We triggered a 9MA downtrend, right? Lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high. Oh, we had a third lower low into prior week high. So that should have been my reversal entry. So if I was focused here, I would have been long right here, and then my stop would have been here, and I'd participate in this reversal. It happens. But we had a beautiful structure there, right? Let me go over the. Yeah, who caught this reversal, guys, in the group? That was one of our areas. I was not focused there at all. I can buy myself one short life, and I will. Be a good write-off. Loon, I've been trading for quite a while now. 15 years. I didn't become profitable until year 5. And then I've had quite a journey. I mean, I've also gone through, kidney failure during that time, and I've gone through dialysis, a kidney transplant in 2022. I mean, 2020 to 2022, I was very sick. The last 6 months of 2021, I had kidney function of 15%. So you can imagine it was not a good time for me. And then in February of 2022, I had a kidney transplant, and that changed all my life again. And so, that kidney is my Ferrari, my Lambo. And taking care of my family. And then my health, right? My health is expensive. And it will only continue to get expensive the older I get, and maybe possible changes with the kidney, right? Because I take a lot of medicine and deal with blood pressure issues, just different things that it's sort of normal for me now. But your Lambo's a Ram truck. Listen, have you seen how much kidney transplants cost? Happy. I was trading in the hospital bed. I had to pay for that transplant somehow, right? More than 300 grand. Much more. I can't answer that, Loon, on here. Yeah, baby well's close. Yeah, it is my second transplant. Uh, you know what's funny, interesting, as I was on the surgery table before I went to sleep, the surgeon brought out the kidney and showed it to me. And it was like just showing me and talking about it, which was pretty gnarly to see the kidney that's going in your body. And then like 8 hours later, I woke up with immense pain. Learning how to walk again with that was hard. And then I was in bed rest for 2 months where I couldn't really, like, I was in bed 23 hours a day. All right, enough about that. Fantastic winners. This was a good long. I wish I was long, but it doesn't matter. I think my goal today was to go into education mode. The first donor was my mom. She was kind enough to donate a kidney to me. And then the second one was somebody that passed away. And as a result of that, I was blessed with the kidney. So, donor donation, organ donation is you give opportunities, you bless other people. I'm a benefactor of that. I'm an example of that. And thanks to that organ donor, I'm in here and I'm able to do this, right? And then that's why when they say self-made, there's no such thing as self-made. Like I can't show up here and say I'm self-made. Like somebody that I don't even know that gave me a kidney, he's part of my journey, right? He gave me the opportunity and the chance to continue to learn and to continue to show this, right? Even if they didn't teach me how to trade. Like, so whenever you hear self-made this, self-made, there's no such thing. Like even the people who don't agree with you are helping you think differently. And as a result, right? Like Stow's helping me. I'm not self-made. I got to compete with that hairstyle. So, okay. So he's helping me. I'm not self-made. Nobody's self-made here, guys.
Morning, brother. How are you?
What's up? How are you?
Oh, good. Doing good.
I know you bought this low here.
Nope. Sure didn't.
What happened?
Well,
Life happened.
Yes, life happened. I started to trade today, and I caught a couple shorts that were good, and then there was a really weird sweep of the book at like 9:50, and it was really aggressive and kind of freaked me out a little bit. I was in a short and was immediately filled on the full position. I was like, okay, so I had my short bias.
I saw that. Uh-huh.
I got back in, and then I was overcome with this feeling of just like I don't want to spend all day trying to sell this thing. I'm just gonna be done because I worked really hard yesterday. Yesterday was my like fat pitch. You have to sit here all day and buy this thing.
Oh, for sure.
I spent so much mental capital yesterday. I was just like, you know what? I'm gonna go sit on the couch for a little bit. I don't need to work hard on this day too. So that's what I did. And then I also didn't buy it. I just determined that like I'm probably not gonna take another trade today.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, after a day like yesterday, you go into like capital preservation when like Pac says.
Yes. Yeah. I'm having capital preservation Thursday for myself right now. But yeah. I don't know. It's been a long time since I was truly overwhelmed with that feeling of just like, ah, man, I don't know if I can sit here and sell this all day. I don't know if I have it in me. I'm just going to not instead.
I thought you were gonna. I mean, that prior week low. Was there anything right there at 190s, 200 that gave you sort of insight at the bounce?
Oh yeah, no, just prior week high. That's it, man.
Yeah.
And then like it. I'll switch to NQ here. There was this dude. So this buyer just came in and said, nope. and then there we go. Reverse trade out of it. So yeah, there was tons of signals to buy this. This is pretty much like every good Delta Map order flow labs setup triggering right here. Big absorption, exhaustion, the Delta flips positive, Then with this guy over here, yeah, great buy. So
Yeah,
yeah,
it's awesome.
but I mean, I still didn't want to do it because I don't have the spirit for it today, Chris. I used it all yesterday.
Yeah, and then we have to I mean that's what people don't realize is that, you know, you have to attack when you need to, and then the next day, and even though you have to stream, it's like you know, it's not the same. And you want to give a good show. And so I mean, I went into like education. When I see you do that too, you get into like education mode, and it's a good way to pass the time and help
Yep.
those who are watching. I did kind of both. I got lucky. I saw a good short, and I took that. I did miss the long here at the prior week highs though, since I was still in that teacher mode. But it's a good
It
way
was
to help others.
It was a little knifey. It did. ES was also at its monthly VWAP at that spot, which is also that's what I bought yesterday that started this whole thing. Um, I was kind of looking for ES to get a little lower down into like 65. It was so close to its previous day low, and
Mm.
which was I think that was 64.50. So I was like, all right. I don't know. It was knifey. I saw it, but I was, I've sidelined myself. But I do have a bunch of stuff, like you said. I am gonna talk. I have some good educational stuff to talk about today, so that'll be fun.
Hey, don't let me stop you. I'll get out of here. I'll take notes. But you guys in the chat, we did give away a Erman Miller chair, which was
That is
fantastic.
cool.
Somebody won that. They'll have a good back for the rest of their lives.
Is that part of the guarantee? Is that a Chris guarantee?
No guarantees here. No guarantees.
You heard it. Guaranteed for life.
But yeah, you enjoy the rest of your session. You guys in the chat.
Thanks, buddy.
Good session today. We covered a lot in education. We caught a good short, made our points, and you guys won some things. All right. So we'll see you guys next week, and you have a good weekend, my friend.
Thanks, brother. You too.
All right. You guys take care. Bye.
Good morning, chat. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, Chris is awesome. Was not surprised to see him holding that short right into previous week high. He's very good at catching those. Good morning, Shreddy. Morning, Throne Shop. Butters, hello. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Llama. Good morning, Shauna. Good morning. Drunk Radish, hey, brother. How are you? We got all the good mornings coming in. This is almost faster than I can read. Hey, Driver. Good morning. Good morning. Hey, Joe. Mark asks, what's up, brother? How are you? Good morning. How's the chat doing today? Yin's make any money? Morning, Gene. Trading for keeps. Hey. Morning, Leo. It's romper room time. Is it? I don't know. Takeaway. I'm not buying this is definitely looking like a context shift. Like I told Chris, I don't really have it in me to bid this all day again. I really worked hard this week. I could feel it. I could feel my mental capital, just like the last marble in the jar jingling around today. So that's for those reasons. I decided to just chill. That'll happen, RMS. Just round tripped your short. That's the problem with shorts. That's why I didn't want to. Yeah. So on Tuesday, I spent a lot of time trying to stay short. Tuesday was extremely squeezy. This morning was a much more gradual, controlled sell. I don't want to say controlled like someone's in charge of it, but you know what I mean. It was less violent squeezing. So I could have spent some time with it today, but I spent a lot of time with it Tuesday and lost money. So when I saw it turning into a downtrend day, I was just like, I'm gonna leave this. I'm gonna leave this for other traders. Yeah, Butters, for the most part. The only thing that you won't have is the Delta volume profile. This is an Order Flow Labs tool. And then the MGI that marks itself like this, like all the stuff that says OR mid, open, VWAP, blah, blah, blah. That's an order flow labs tool also. But you'll have the VWAP. This is the order flow plus VWAP from NinjaTrader. I use that. This is an order flow labs volume profile, but the NinjaTrader stuff that comes with volume profiles also. Yes, Andy. Gentle squeezing, preferably. But yes, once everybody is in and settled, I do have something to show everybody and talk about. But I'll wait. I shall wait. Yeah, it really bounced right back off this open. So this is yesterday's open over here. This blue line is yesterday's actual opening print. And then this is the previous day 5-minute opening range. Definitely found that buyer that was down there. And it looks like full context reversal. Maybe I will. Maybe I will have the energy to buy it down here if we get a retest. If this is truly going to change. But this is the stuff I look for those context shifts. You can see just the slope change from 45 degrees to now we're flattening out. Also, I just throw a VWAP down here just for reference. If that's going to be the low of the day, the VWAP should be respected on the way back up. And it should stay in a good slope. So this is how I use an anchored VWAP kind of like intraday, just as a little bit of a guide. I'm not buying this. Like I'm not using it for entry, but I'm combining this slope with the flattening of the bands, and that gives me those context clues. So Malix Mel's says, one question I have about the deviation bands. If price is going out of the bands, do you expect price to retrace into them depending on the trend? Like bearish trend retraces back into the lower band? Yeah, I made a video about this. It's quite long. And I detail how I use the bands to identify trends, when the trend is ending, when it's continuing, all that stuff. And it is on paintingthetape.net. You can find it, watch it for free. Logan, I already gave away my thing. I did it yesterday. I gave away like a Pittsburgh themed basket of awesome stuff, and I actually know the dude who won it. So I'm gonna go to my favorite brewery this weekend and slide some beer his way too, because I know he's a beer guy. All right, Mal, fair enough. Hey, no problem. No problem at all. Nah, no sandwiches today. It's still, well, I guess I could eat a breakfast sandwich. I don't eat breakfast though. I never have. I've never liked it. I eat breakfast on like Sunday. If I'm like making the girls bacon and stuff, I'll do that. But I'm not a breakfast guy. Omni, morning, brother. It's going good. I'm not doing anything. Except I'm about to talk about some stuff. Okay. Croissants are good, by the way, before I start this, Ox. I think croissants are probably my... Actually, I'm going to go with English muffin #1, breakfast bread. I really like an English muffin. Like, I'll just eat one with butter. Yeah, I would eat an English muffin before croissant. It probably goes English muffin, croissant, bagel. And what's after that? Just bread? I'm definitely putting just bread last. Yeah, and then it goes like rye toast. I guess I'd have to start getting into all the toasts. All right, we don't have to talk about breakfast spreads. Oh, biscuits. Good point, Matt. Biscuits are... It depends. Like a biscuit can be pretty bad or incredible. So maybe biscuits are... Biscuits are above bagel, but below croissant. No, Ben, I'm not eating lox on a bagel. That's crazy. Get your smoked salmon out of here. My wife actually loves that. She always gets lox, but I am not a smoked salmon guy. Well, that sounds good, friend Tintin. I would eat that. I love the. Hey, Fader, what's up, buddy? Um, I really enjoy the concept of Sav explaining in detail what an English muffin is to someone from England. That makes me happy. Anyway, all right. So I often talk about we're going back in time. We're gonna do some fun stuff. So I did trade this morning, a fair bit before I quit, and I talked a lot yesterday about this and how a trade evolves every second after you put the trade on, right? Like especially as an order flow trader, there's always new information. I'm not just ever putting a stop in and just being like, this will work or it won't. I don't trade like that. And so I have this example in real time to show you. Well, it's kind of real time. It was, I don't know, it was an hour ago. It's close. So opening drive up. This is open right here. Opening drive up in context. I don't really have much to glean from the overnight session. The London OR is it's not a great pivot yet. We are opening above it on ES. Fun note on this though, on NQ, we opened below it. And I don't really have anything to show for this idea yet. If I come up with something, I will. But when these two things are not aligned, that has led to like choppy, weird openings for me. And I tend to lose. Well, the thing I've noticed about it is I tend to lose money when I'm trying to follow ES being on one side of the 30-second London opening range and NQ's on the other side. I tend to get banged around a little bit. So I'm going to file that away and see if I can work on quanting that a little better. But anyway, so we open above this. Also, you should know that I like to try to buy, and we also opened above the yesterday's +1 standard deviation close of the RTH view up bands, which is at 6802.75. Right? So we open, we respect it. We haven't really tagged it yet, but it's right here. So we drive up, we come down, then I buy this. I see this flip to bid. I'm like, great. I'll put one on. I put a second one on. And then this happens. I had to take a screenshot of it because my delta has reset since then. So hold on. Let me see if I can zoom into this baby. So I know you can't see my crosshairs because this is a screenshot. But if you notice right there at 6806, all of that blue team standing there like Gandalf, right? And there is no red team. And I need red team to back up my idea that this is going to go higher. There's no red team. No one's trying to bid this thing. It's just a seller absorbing it at 6806. So I get out. And I just wanted to show you this delta. I'll switch back to the thing. So here we are back on my screen. This is where all this is happening. I buy two, flatten, and I'm like, I'm going to go short. I'm going to lean on this guy. I don't see a red team at all. So I'm short, and I take that down to 6,800, and I get out. I'm like, round number. That's going to be a pain. And then we come down, sell it again. And then they head fake me a little bit. and I get out of that short, I buy it, then I get out of that buy, and then I sell it. And this is when that big sweep came in, and it took me out immediately right here. I didn't have a chance to move my profit targets at all. It just like swept right into my orders. Actually, I think I got filled on the second one down here. This is because it was such an aggressive sweep. But either way, this is how I'm using that delta context while I'm in a trade. And it's not often that I reverse like that hard, but it was really clear. There was no red team. Red team was out to lunch. So, and then I have a second thing. Yeah, no follow through. That's right, Captain. But I'll answer some questions. Hey, Jai, good morning. You guys still talking about muffins in here? It's almost lunchtime, Ox. You can wait. We're good. I'll get a sandwich once the stream's done. Andrew, just Google English muffin. I don't know if it was invented. Was it invented in England? I mean, I'll ask Kane. Yep, still holding this. This is, yeah, it's definitely looking like it's turning into reversal land. Oh, Tech Solutions. The indicate that's not an indicator that makes the arrows. That's just a this is just the to show the fill. So like this is where I entered and exited trades. So it just draws a little pink guy for sell and then a blue guy for buy. So not an indicator. You just set that in your, I think it's in your data series. Yeah. You see down here at the bottom, it just says plot executions, markers only. And then you can change how big that marker is. You can make it huge, make it small. But yeah. So not an indicator. Yeah, the London opening range is 30 seconds, yes. And I use 3 a.m. Eastern Standard Time for that. Kane has told me that there are 2 London Opens, so one is fake. One's the French Open, not the tennis match. Anthony, did you send me a message? What are you talking about? I did not see. Did you? If you ask me a question, go ahead and ask it again. Okay, ask Kane what a crumpet is. That's a good point. I think a crumpet is like a biscuit, I think. Or is it German? That's possible. I might be looking for this long. But biscuits are cookies, yeah. Yeah, they're visible. I can see Anthony. Is gold round and fader? I wish I had a gold chart up. I could look at it. The second thing that happened today, I also like to buy this 67.92 spot because it is the VWAP close from yesterday. And these are sells, but this is also how I use levels. Sorry, 1 second. I'm trying to look at this. Oh, my data just froze. Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay, cool. Lots of people use levels, and there's lots of screenshots posted about levels when they work. But in reality, a level is just an area of interest that that we're making up, right? So I know that this is yesterday's VWAP close. Yesterday was a trend day. So these are the days where I really look for these. And when a level is coming up, like this one is coming up, like we're visiting it from the top, right? It doesn't mean this level is not going to work, but we need to see some activity here. It gets sliced straight through. I can't buy this. I mean, I was short into it, but even if I wasn't, I can't buy this. Oftentimes, when levels that I know, work in my trading, oftentimes when they get cut through like this quickly, they're resistance on the way back up through. So there was clearly somebody here, but they're just on the other side. This also happens a lot. Well, I prefer it when it happens to the upside. Like if we're coming up to an area that I know is resistance, or can be resistance, if price goes straight through that thing, I look for that to be support immediately, because it doesn't mean that that area isn't important, but you still need a player to show up and do something there. So right here, there was no buyer, but there was a seller that still liked this spot. So that's the other thing you can look at when you're making your own levels. I hope that with the education stuff that we're posting, you can figure out how to find your own levels. And you can do this with anything. Like you can do this with MGI just to practice if you want to. Like if you like to see an overnight low sweep and buy this for a scalp, if this is a trade setup that you figure out that, this is something meaningful to you, this is the overnight low right here. If price comes down here and bounces, there might be a buyer there. If price slices right through it, watch for that to be resistance and just see what you see. Yeah, Frank. So the colors of the candles, this is a indicator called delta map, and what it does is you're able to set thresholds of delta, and it will color the candles based on the delta dominance inside of that candle. So for these, I use like the brighter it is, the more extreme. So this like almost orange, bright red, this is a lot of selling. This almost white, bright blue, these are heavy bids. So I just watch these extremes for the most part. And then the more neutral colors, that's closer to delta neutral. Knox has a great question. Knox says, Stow, if you had a very profitable morning and weren't streaming, would you still trade the rest of the day? Say you managed to take core from the open to IB break, would you try extension or be done? Well, it depends on the day. Like today, I made $500, and that's a lot of money. $500 is a ton of money, and I'm grateful for that. And this is not my day type. I know that. I also know that because I spent way too long trying to work on Tuesday, and Tuesday kicked my head in big time. I had to hit my DLL. That sucks. So if it's a day like today, yeah, I'm just done. It doesn't mean I can't hang out and talk to you guys, but yeah, I'm always done trading on days like this. But yesterday, I'm in front of that thing all day, and I was. I streamed in the morning, but then I was still on in the afternoon, still buying that thing. I bought 92 at the end of the day to get back to 800. I was like, we're gonna take out this poor high. So if I have more plays to run and it's more of a day that I'm comfortable with, then yeah, absolutely, I'll stick around and trade. I don't have a profit target. I don't. XY talks about this a lot. Okay, look at this. We're losing our VWAP. The VWAP from the low is folding over. So this context shift is, it's not looking great. So we'll watch down here at 77. We'll see if these highs of these candles can keep this up. We've got this little ledge here too. NQ kind of doing the thing also. And NQ is down there right now, working on it. Not a lot of red teams showing up to help though. Yeah, we'll see. Either way, I ain't trading it. But yeah, that's your answer, Knox. It's all just dependent on the day type, how I'm feeling. Also, like, I'm exhausted, and this has been a long week, so I know that it would be like, I'm, as a discretionary trader, I'm my own edge, and if I'm not feeling up to snuff, and I noticed I wasn't at 100% today, I was like, man, I'm tired. So, like, yeah, and just sit it out. And you can, if you're not a streamer, you can literally do anything else you want to do with the day. You can go. That's the beauty of trading, is it gives you so much freedom. You can fold laundry. You can go to the grocery store. You can do all kinds of stuff. Throne shop. Yeah. So the passive buyers. Let me make sure I understand your question. Throne Shop says, so the passive buyers are beating all the passive sellers, stacking up in this range. So in that example I was showing, I still have it, I think. Yeah, so in this, passive selling is the blue team, right? And that is someone who is absorbing a ton of market buying. And there is no sign of red team even close to them. So it's all just passive selling and market buying that's getting nowhere. That's the important part of that equation, is like, it's not going anywhere. That's the clue, that the sellers are dominating that conversation, if that makes any sense. And we can kind of apply it here, like, yeah, I mean, this is some passive buying down here at the low, and this was passive selling. So this is what happened down here. We come down, we have some passive buying. Like, this isn't a lot, but it doesn't need to be a lot. The point is, like, do they win or do they lose? So we come down, passive buying, it gets rewarded. It runs into this passive seller, and then he loses. So all this market buying here, it is in control. So now this is more buyers than sellers, is all this means. So unable to get through passive buying, but was able to get through passive selling. This is a win for the buyers. And then, price went higher. Now it's doing something else. Now this is a bunch of passive selling that buyers were not able to get through, and now it's reversing. So it evolves. It all depends on, location. Thank you, Daniel. I'm not a sensei. I don't know if you can call, I don't know if you're allowed to say that you're a sensei if you're not a sensei. There might be like some sort of stolen valor there. Is that such a thing? Okay, so this is where I would watch for a bounce if this is a true context reversal. Right in here, we have all these highs, and now we're watching this little passive bid guy here, 77. He seems happy. NQ needs to help. What time is it? Okay, we got 11:30 right now. pretty much. I don't know. I wouldn't buy it just yet. NQ's kind of mad. Yeah. Not in love with it. This is also a good example of like, just because it's down here at this band doesn't mean anything. It's just, this is just an area to start paying attention. I don't want to make all these view up band videos and have anybody think that this is like magic. It's not. This is just like, it's more of a way just for me to stay in control of my own desire to overtrade and trade every tick. So the view up bands have more served as just like a bit of a rule set for me. Cool. So passive bid, and then a passive seller was right behind him, and then that market bid right out of it. So there's definitely a little bit of a fight going on right here. We'll see who could take that down. If it holds above him, then I assume it would go back to view up and point of control area. John Doe asks, so do you view all the current blue delta around 86, 83 as bearish? This reset, but there was a ton, right? There was a ton up there. So I don't view delta as bullish or bearish or anything like that. All it is doing is telling me what other people are up to. It's not bullish or bearish until like after it's happened. So like right now, this is neither. Until price leaves this little area, I don't know what these dudes are doing. No clue. But if it's an additional area of interest that I would like to try to take a trade, I now have people that are doing business that I can lean off of. So I see this conversation going on between this seller and this buyer. And if I really want to buy this spot, which I don't, but if I did, here's my guy. I can lean on him. And I can know when he's wrong, then I'm probably wrong. So I just use delta in context for what I'm trying to do because I need other market participants to do stuff with me. I'm just trading two lots. The market doesn't care about me. It doesn't. It doesn't care about any of us, frankly. But yeah. So no, delta is neither bullish or bearish. It's literally just showing you what is the ask minus the bid at that tick. That's it. And it's up to the trader to interpret that in a meaningful way. So that's the part that's how you're your own edge. You're the one that has to read the tea leaves. No, listen, JS. JS says if Stow doesn't buy the IB low, this isn't the real Stow. Number one, it is the real Stow. And number two, I hate trading the IBs, and you know that. And if you've watched me trade for long enough, you know that I despise trading around the IBs because they're so noisy. Yeah, I hate it. Okay, so the orienteer says, how do you qualify if it's a passive seller or aggressive selling preventing the price to go higher? So the difference between passive and active, I wouldn't call it aggressive, but the difference between passive and active, either buying or selling, is passive activity is limit orders, resting. And that's what all of this stuff is showing. So when we see red delta, these are sellers market selling into, that's quite the sell. Sellers market selling into passive bids. So this is market buys that sellers are selling into. So what this means when this breaks to the downside is these sellers sold through all of this limit buying and still wanted price to move lower. So this is selling that's being rewarded. And like when we came down here, this became a red team versus blue team fight. And yeah, wow. This is, I mean, the tape has been pretty pissed off today. Just saying. So that's the other reason I didn't want to get in the mix. I mean, these sweeps up here earlier, they were pissed. So, but yeah, so this is a passive seller and this is a passive buyer. This passive seller won, and the market sellers also won, getting lower prices for now. But I mean, I'm just a scalper. I'm just trying to take 5 to 10 points here and there. So that's how you got to have those setups working for you. Make this chat bigger so I can see more. There we go. Yeah, you just can't call me sensei. I just don't know. I just don't know if that's, I don't want to steal other senseis' valor. People probably worked very hard to become a sensei. I haven't done anything. They just gave me this light. So, and they're like, here, plug this light in so your face can be brighter. Here you go. Now you're a streamer. Yeah, quite the poor low, huh, Mr. Nick? Good morning. Good morning, my friend. Happy Thursday to the champ. The Orienteer, the Delta profile resets every 10-point rotation. So if we get a 10-point rotation from 69 back to 79, then this will reset and just be that leg. Then it'll reset again on a 10-point rotation down. Oh, good for you, Firmament. Good morning. Good morning. Nice job. I love when people win. That's my jam. I don't know. I don't know, Michael. I don't know what they have if NinjaTrader has a heat map or not. I know Orderflow Labs has a heat map. That would be similar. That would show you similar things to what you see on Bookmap. Oh, similar to Delta Map. Oh, I read that wrong. Nothing that I know of. MA asks, Stow, how do you dictate if buyers or sellers won? I mean, it's all just in a microcosm, right? So here we are. This over here, this was a conversation. Sellers, buyers lost that. Came back down here, tested these lows. So it's just like, all right, here, there were more sellers than buyers. We got down here. Now there's more buyers than sellers. That's it. So no one's winning. Like, it's all about the time frame that you're looking at. So, I mean, if you're trying to take 5 points, this is the only time frame you needed to know. There were more sellers than buyers. That's 5 points. Now we're looking at this next 5 points, 10 points. Now we're back here at this thing. Panpool says, trading 2 ES contracts, what is a good dollar result in a month? Dude, is that a serious question? I know that people must think this stuff for real, but it's like, oh, man, the internet has done so many dumb things to people's brains that, like, and it's Twitter's fault. It's everybody's fault for posting P&L and making that seem like it's some thing in the sky. I would say irregardless of how much you trade, the good amount of money to make is number one, any money at all, because trading is very hard. And number two, it's however much money you need to provide for your family or do your stuff and pay your bills. Like, that's it. So I don't know. I live a pretty meager life. I probably need less money than other people need. I also live in a cheap part of the country. Like, I probably couldn't, like, I can't move to New York City, probably. My life would have to be, on a completely different scale. So, like, as you look at people sharing their P&L and as you look at people, posting Lambos and doing all that dumb shit, just remember that, like, deep down, this is just a game with yourself. You just need to provide for your family. That's the right amount of money. Anything's a good living. There's people that would kill for a $20 an hour job. Just, like, try to remember that stuff. We're very lucky that we get to do this work because it kind of bulletproofs your life a little bit. I am extremely grateful all the time. I had a really difficult conversation with somebody last night that is way less fortunate than me, and it really put a lot of stuff into perspective for me. And I try to keep that perspective with me all the time, because I think it's important to not lose sight of it and start to feel. I can feel ungrateful very easily. That's one of my toxic traits. I can get ungrateful fast. So I work to stay grateful and grounded all the time. But yeah, just make as much as you need to make. That's it. If you can accomplish that, you win. You win everything. You win life. You win freedom. You don't need to impress anybody. Oh, good. Friend Tintin, you're using using it on gold. That's cool. Maybe I'll open a gold chart. I live in Pennsylvania, Jason. Okay. The orienteer says, how would you qualify if a ledge or edge of the profile already shows exhaustion on either side? Well, you're just looking for, like, let's see if we got any on the upside. Nah, not really. So exhaustion looks differently depending on lots of stuff. So, like, this is an exhaustive node. That's one way that you can see exhaustion, is if it leaves like a little volume node and then moves away from it. So this is an exhaustive node. Those can be at the edges of profiles. This is the worst low ever. Again, thank you, ES. But this is not an exhaustive low because it's just a fat little brick down there. Exhaustive low would have like a tiny, tiny tail, just a little tiny tail down there. And that would be exhaustive because price would have gone down there and right back up again with little volume traded. That's the point of seeing that little line, is it's like, nobody really wants to hang out down there. Okay, back up we go. Oh, thanks, Jose. I appreciate you too. Hey, thanks, Leo. Hug back to Colombia. Jose, it took me a long time to become profitable, 3 years. And even that fourth year was like, sucked. Not fun. Like, not very profitable. I would say I kind of like squeaked it out at the end of the year, or it would have been a break-even year. Lots of stuff happens to you mentally when you start to make money. Like, it's hard. It's hard to translate this into real life, and it's hard to remember that, like, this is money, because money on the screen is different than money in your bank account. It's just a reality of how this works. So, like, once you become profitable, then trading has a way of doing this. As soon as you reach a new milestone, it tends to dunk a whole brand new set of problems on you. At least for me, it does. Maybe that's just a me thing. I don't know. But yeah, so became profitable. And then it was like, bam, here's all this other existential stuff that you never thought about because you were too busy trying to become profitable. But now that you're profitable, it's like, bang, here you go. Because it's a tricky game. It's a game of infinite possibility in either direction. That's what makes it awesome. That's in my opinion, but it's also terrifying. These are really, this is a very powerful tool. This is a very powerful game that we're playing with. And like, it takes a lot out of you. And you have to be careful while you're using it. It's like a chainsaw, you know? Yeah, Batch. Imposter syndrome kicks in big time. And I think that like the way that the internet works in general is not good for that too. Because the perception of everybody on social media is a lie, no matter who you are. Like you can be the most honest person on social media and you're still probably twisting that around a little bit, you know? But other people will look at traders on social media and be like, they're doing this, they're doing this. What do I have to do this, and be like that? And the truth is, like, it's probably not even based on reality, the things that you're seeing and the things that people are posting. So, but you can get sucked into that trap very easily, and it's not a healthy place to trade from for sure, but it's also probably not a healthy place to just exist as a person. Oh, sure, Orienteer, no problem. I'm here. I'm here for questions, especially today. Striker, I've never been very good at using time and sales. If I'm being honest, I'm really good at delta at price in the same way that like I'm not very good at using a footprint chart. I'm just not. Um, there is a vertical recon tape thing that Order Flow Labs has that is kind of nicer for me to see. But yeah, I've just never been good at time and sales. Some people can read the tape a lot better than me. For me, I just like VWAP bands and delta volume profile. That's all I need. Ian W says, do you think there is more edge in trading individual stocks? I don't know. I don't trade stocks. I trade two things. Usually, I trade ES and NQ. That's it. The thing that I like about futures that does not exist in the stock world, and this is why, as an order flow trader, I trade futures, is the centralized exchange. It's everything. I get to see everything that happens. As retail, as independent anybody, you can't necessarily see all of the different stock exchanges. You can't see all the transactions. You don't know. Lots of stuff is in a black box of mystery with stock world. There's less of a black box of mystery in futures. That's why I like to trade it. A chainsaw is easier to operate than the markets. That's fair, Frank. Fair enough. Oh. James, okay. James has a good point here. James says, I have weeks and even months at a time in nice profits. And as soon as I let my guard down, I get that smackdown day that makes it real again. Yeah. Same, man. I think that happens to everybody, whether everybody wants to say it out loud or not. The thing that I came up with forever ago that helps me with that is I know that I'm going to make mistakes. I know that I'm going to trade badly. I traded so bad on Tuesday. I was even more upset with myself on Tuesday because that was my like day to chill, and I didn't chill. I wasted it. That's annoying. So I spent a bunch of mental capital that I shouldn't have spent on a day type that I shouldn't have been trading. I hit my daily loss limit. It sucks. It's not cool. But number one, the daily loss limit, that keeps me safe from losing too much money and going on like giga tilt, because that will happen if I don't have my daily loss limit. That's there to protect me. And number two, I try to make the distance between my last mistake and my next mistake further than the last time this happened. So like if I used to have a bad trading day, and by bad I don't mean losing money, I mean like trading out of my process, not trading correctly in any way. If that used to happen once a month and now it happens once every 4 months, that's a win. That's a win for me. That's how I feel good. So if you can do that, realize that you are going to continue to make mistakes. No one trades perfectly. Life is not the internet. The internet's not real. You know, everybody's gonna get bit at some point. All you have to do for your own process is just keep that distance growing between your last mistake and the next one. And then as long as you're doing that, you're improving. I don't know. I hope that helps. That analogy helps me, and I say it to myself when it's happening. And I'm like, yes, this is how you have to have those process wins. When I did that session with Jared Tendler, awesome dude. Can't say enough good things about that guy. Yeah, I really like Jared. He told me you can't take money into the next day, which is true. The points I make today, they don't count as points tomorrow. I can't start the day with 20 points because I got 20 points today. It just doesn't happen. I got to start at 0 again. But I can carry over process wins. So he actually got me into the practice of finding, if I had a bad day, try to find a process win. Try to find something to learn from. Try to find a way to improve and carry that into the next day. No, Jason, you don't have to. Jason says, "Is it bad that I only trade NQ?" No, I don't. I don't think so. No, it's not bad. If you just want to trade one market, just trade one market. There was a bunch of that stuff when like I don't know. Whenever gold starts to move, you see all these people like if you're not trading gold, you're an idiot. It's like why? I've never looked at gold once in my life. Why would I turn it on now? I don't have a single clue what gold's doing. Um, what was that one like palladium or I forget what the other one was.
Palladium is moving, man.
That's it, Jim. Yeah, right. How you doing, brother? Is it already time?
Stow. Man, oh man, I learned something new today.
Oh, what was it?
From
Was
you.
it good?
I think Anthony Anderson did too. Yep, you coined the phrase, and I'm going to use it all the time from now on. Giga tilt.
Well, you told me I'm trying to be responsible for more dumb things that are getting written into the trading dictionary. So let's put that in there.
We're gonna have a new trading how do you say it? Thesaurus.
Thesaurus? Yeah.
With Stow. It's gonna be awesome. Oh man, how you feeling, man? You look good.
Oh, thanks, buddy. I'm feeling good. Feeling very chill today. Yeah, I was not vibing with working hard on the market today. So yeah.
Hey, your wisdom and insights and experiences, it was awesome, man.
Thanks. It feels weird not taking a trade, but I was like, man, I really don't want to.
Yeah.
I really don't feel like trading this market today. So
Sometimes that's the best trade you take is when you don't.
Feels weird. You know, I like to give the people what they want. Yeah. They want to see me buy this thing, but not today.
Well, and that's you bring up a serious point, right? Because you guys are in here every day. And we get, new guy, gal every once in a while pop in and do something. And you feel a little pressure to actually perform. And it would be different if you were like golfing. Right? But where you're not, you're trading. And sometimes it's your hands in the pocket mode, man.
Yep. It's true. It's true.
Oh, fat fish. Oh my God. Anyway, awesome job. I don't even know who you're on double duty today.
That's right. Me and the big cat are back.
Yeah, the big cat is back. That's going to be awesome. All
I'm
right. Well,
excited.
I am looking forward to this afternoon trading the close. XYZ, Leo, the big cat. Thank you for the thumbs up, everybody. I don't even know how many we have so far this morning. I suppose I
Oh
could
yeah.
look. Let's check it out, everybody. I'm hitting my refresh button. 660. All right, that's good.
Okay. Okay.
It's good. I'm happy
I
with
did.
that.
I just preached and talked about nothing, so that makes sense.
No. 660 is good, man. Look, we got God bless Stow going on in the
Oh,
chat.
thank you, Jose.
You're the
Yeah,
best.
Jose's a good dude.
Anyway, all right, we're gonna we'll be back this afternoon. I'm gonna do a quick edge report here, and then we're gonna break for lunch. So Stowe, thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Jim. I'll see you in a little bit.
As usual. Yes, sir.
Thanks.
All right. You would think I'd have my screen ready to share, but I don't. Let me kind of move this thing over here. I just have the dollar, I'm sorry. Yeah, dollar index up on the screen right now. It's on my radar screen and my web-based trading platform. This is an NinjaTrader web-based trading platform if you're using Tradeovate. It looks similar, right? So this is a daily chart. These prices are a little bit, I have delayed data going on here. So if you're looking at the dollar index and your number's a couple ticks different, that's why. But let's just check it out. I mean, we literally have this consolidation, and I should have my consolidation range really start here, beginning of August, August 4th. And it just, we just kind of traded below the bottom two hamburger buns here, right? Just kind of bumped up high to low, high to low. Yeah, we had one day where we broke down below that, but so what? We popped back up. Now, today's a little different though. So, the dollar is strong against just about everything today. And it has been, and we have a breakout to the upside here, right? And I'm gonna just kind of put my cursor in the middle of that rectangle and just call it 98 spot 29, and boom, today we have the confirmation candle. So breakout yesterday, confirmation candle today. The next, although brief, area of resistance is up here around 99 spot 40. So I extended that rectangle over. We'll see if we keep moving up toward it or we bounce off it and establish a new sideways range. I don't know. But this is a kind of a chart we're going to keep our eyes on because it could cause a drag in some of the other markets. So let's kind of look at some of the other markets here. Treasury bonds still range bound here. So interestingly enough, this has not been moving as Craig Shapiro told us this morning as much as maybe it should based on what's going on with the VIX and with the dollar index. But we're kind of priced in the middle of the consolidation zone here as well. So not that much to talk about for the interest rate products now, even though we do have a 30-year auction today at Treasury Direct. You could follow it there. My guess is it's going to be a crappy auction, just like the 10-year note was yesterday. And I'm just going to adjust this down a little bit. Gold. Let's take a look at gold, though. Gold's given a little bit back. We're below the piercing line from yesterday in a daily candle here. We're below that 100% extension as well. Not a major sell-off, but enough to notice, right? This is probably some systematic price behavior based on some of the other things like the equities and the U.S. dollar. Let's go over to the intraday, though. This is where the fun happens. And I kind of jumped the gun a little bit on the last edge alert. I thought we were gonna take out, and I'm gonna coin a phrase made popular by our good friend Stow, VWAP. I thought we were gonna rally past through it and hit some of these gamma levels, but we didn't. VWAP held, session volume weighted average price held almost 3 VWAP touches exactly for gold. So bouncing up here, sellers came back. Bouncing up here, sellers came back. Sellers came back. Finally gave up, right? Buyers gave up. We're ending up right down here at Jack's 4, which is 40.30. Downside targets, we do have that one-day min. So if you're trading today, I would look at that number as possible. Who knows? 40.20, we'll just call it. And then there's that S1 level right below that. That would be a breakout to the downside here. And there are some other downside levels as well. This is an old remnant. I'm going to delete that. But session lows from yesterday, 40.05-ish. So those some levels on the downside. Upside, again, I'm going to have to break through that VWAP, but it's not looking very healthy right now, to say the least. So those are the two major ones. We're going to look at the Bitcoin daily chart really quickly here and then call it a day. And let's pop it up here. So we have well, all right, this is not a good pattern here. This is kind of a bearish pattern right here. We have, peak high. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days in a row where we had higher highs and higher lows. And we broke out over that target wick that we had up here at 1814. But no real follow through. Really, no real follow through. Once we did it, we closed above it, and then we started selling off again. And this is kind of a benchmark candle here, this big red candle on the 7th. And now, yeah, we paused a little bit yesterday, but now we're back below, right? We're tapping on that 8 EMA again. This is a pretty significant red candle. It's almost a bearish engulfing, but it certainly dominates the candle before that. So Bitcoin futures are not doing the same thing as gold or some of the precious metals are doing. It's kind of slowing its roll. And now that I mentioned that really quickly here, I just got to show you this palladium chart. It's just for fun. We just got to look at the palladium chart. This thing is like, think catalytic converters that get stolen from your car. This is this market. So this is just an astronomical rise up. And if you measure that, remember that August 20th date was the big date, right? That was the date that these metals really started taking off. And I just did a ruler. This is my simple measurement tool here on the NinjaTrader desktop. 35 and 35.54% move low to high. So that's a crazy, you're right. That's a crazy market right there. All right. Having said all that, everybody, thank you again for the thumbs up. Thank you for the subscriptions. We're not done with some giveaways. I'm going to give away my giveaways tomorrow, so we'll talk about that tomorrow for sure. I don't know what Deli has up his sleeve, but we might save the best for last. It might be next Monday. I'm not sure. But thank you for being here. Appreciate everybody's kindness and support and help with each other. It's been a great day today. So having said all that. Have a great lunch. We'll be back, me, Shy, and then Leo, the big cat, and Stow trading the close. Until then, see you then.